Imagine a typical day in 2023. Suddenly, the world flips. A massive chunk of the capital city is ripped out and dragged into a parallel realm. This isn't just a kidnapping, it's a game. To the eldritch lords, those transcendental beings watching from above, our entire city is nothing more than a pawn on a board. We're all just pieces in their sick amusement. No matter where you hide, the mission finds you. The dice roll, the pieces move, and the chaos begins. The objectives are brutal, varied, and honestly, nearly impossible. The goal is simple: keep the pawn alive until the finish line. Nothing more, nothing less. But here's the kicker: Pawn 76, our protagonist, already failed once. He couldn't protect the city. Everything shattered. The world collapsed into ruin. This entire story, it's a record. A warning from a hero who lost everything, hoping that with this knowledge, we might actually survive this time. He's desperate for us to avoid his fate, but he leaves one final, chilling piece of advice. Never, and I mean never, go against the high celestials. It doesn't matter how flashy your skills are or how strong you think you've become. In the end, everyone is just a toy in a cosmic game. Suddenly, a colossal spear pierces the sky, slamming into the cube that houses the city. One blow. That's all it took to turn everything to dust. In this wasteland, bodies are as common as dirt. A mysterious man walks through the carnage and grabs the records held by a literal skeleton. He flips through the strategies and scoffs. "Good stuff," he says, before tossing the book into the mud like garbage. He's already seen it all. He walks away as a majestic, godlike being looms over the horizon, holding multiple miniature cities in the palm of his hand like marbles. The being launches a devastating attack, but our legend, a guy dripping with pure confidence, stops it effortlessly. This is the man who defies the odds. The High Celestial doesn't like losing. He strikes again, but 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆, our protagonist, moves faster than the eye can follow for a counteroffensive. The impact is legendary. A massive red explosion rocks the sky, and just like that, an immortal being falls dead. Talk about a statement. He warns the survivors. Anyone can kill a god if they have the right guidebook. He's not the type to sit around waiting for his turn to die. He's done playing by their stupid rules. He plans to tear this entire game apart before he ever sets foot back in the original world. That is his grand finale. But let's go back to how this nightmare started. It was an ordinary, peaceful day in the kingdom of 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆. People were laughing, trading, and just living life. Nobody saw the end coming. Then, without warning, a piercing blue light erupted from the cobblestones. Alaric froze. Around him, the crowd turned into a sea of screaming people, all running desperately as the world began to warp. That day marked the death of the era of peace. After the teleportation, Alaric woke up shaken, only to realize the city walls were now a glowing barrier. He stared at the shimmering wall, shouting at the sky, trying to make sense of the madness. Everyone around him was clutching their heads in agony. The pain was excruciating. "This only happens in those trashy fantasy novels," he muttered, his mind racing to find an explanation. Then the reality check arrived. A system window flickered into existence. The game has begun. Step 1, roll the dice. He hesitated, but then a girl pointed toward the heavens. Everyone looked up and saw it, a massive cube hovering above the kingdom. It wasn't just a cube. It was a gigantically colossal die, and the sheer scale of it was enough to make your heart stop. Somewhere someone rolled. The system chimed. Pawn number 8 moves 3 spaces. And then the entire city, the actual ground, began to slide. People were trembling, falling over as the kingdom literally shifted. That's when the truth hit him. They weren't the players. They were the pawns. In this twisted reality, the High Celestials are the ones holding the dice, and we're just the tokens they move around. The city itself is the game piece. It's bizarre. They could have just taken the land, but they dragged every single citizen into the mess too. The system pinged again. They had reached a defensive field. The dice were rolled once more, and the difficulty level actually dropped by 1. They were given a defense window of 3 days. Suddenly, a holographic map appeared next to the city limits, snapping together like a puzzle. Everyone was panicking, wondering what they did to deserve this. The system didn't care. It announced the start of the defense mission. If the base points are destroyed, game over. And in this world, game over doesn't mean you just restart the level. It means the pawn dies. The realization spread like wildfire. If the pawn dies, every man, woman, and child in the city dies with it. It's total annihilation. Alaric took a deep breath. He couldn't afford to lose his cool. He had to stay sharp and focus on every single announcement the system made. "Roll your class dice," the system commanded. The stakes were high, with the mythical class being the ultimate prize everyone prayed for. Suddenly, an old man gasped, pointing into the distance. "Something's coming!" Some people actually thought it was a rescue team. Poor souls. As the figures got closer, the hope died. They were ferocious, bloodthirsty monsters. The crowd broke into a frantic, terrified sprint. The beasts didn't hesitate. They tore into the crowd, and unfortunately, those who couldn't keep up were the first to be slaughtered. Out of nowhere, a massive beast lunged at Alaric. A giant club slammed into him with pinpoint accuracy, launching him across the square. As he spiraled through the air, he finally understood. They were summoned as a collective shield to protect the city at all costs. He crashed into a pile of boxes, his head spinning. It was all clear now. They were trapped in a cosmic board game played by unknown gods. The ogre that hit him just stood there, watching him bleed, probably deciding how best to finish the hunt. It looked ready to pounce. But then flame. A girl with shimmering fire wings descended from the sky. Her spear hit the earth like a meteor, causing a massive explosion. Boom, a massive inferno erupts, incinerating the ogres instantly. The survivors can't believe their eyes. Everyone's wondering who saved them. It's Lady Gwen, rank, commoner, level, just level 1. She tells the wounded to fall back to the Royal Guard's line. Then she yells, "Roll the dice now." Confusion everywhere, but Gwen won't wait. "Roll, rares to the front, the rest of you run." The dice tumble. Weapons, shields, and raw power manifest out of thin air. They charge. Right then, the old world died. A brutal new era began. Heroes are born in blood. In the wreckage, Julian lies broken, hand bleeding, totally out cold. But here's the kicker. His die rolled while he was unconscious. A perfect 100. The light is blinding. Something legendary is waking up, and they call it the ultimate trash. Meet Christina's grimoire. It's got every secret in existence, but there's a catch. This book is greedy. Anyone who hears its secrets gets marked, and their rewards stolen by the book. The base is a graveyard. Smoke, bodies, and utter destruction everywhere. Gwen stares at the carnage. Is it over? A shaky breath of relief. The kingdom's heavy carriages roll in. The royal army is finally here to pick up the pieces. Sir Cedric finds Gwen. "Good work, kid. You saved a lot of lives today." She asks if the nightmare is finished. Cedric isn't sure. The communication crystals are all dead. They're relying on old-school scouts and heading for the Great Spire. Then, a voice cuts through the air. "Julian," he's awake and shouting. "It's not over, the boss is coming." He points to his grimoire. "It's all in here." Cedric and Gwen lean in to look. Blank, just empty white pages. Gwen figures only Julian can see the ink inside his mind. Cedric knows the score. In this world, information is the ultimate weapon. This kid is dangerous. "Prove it," Cedric demands. Julian opens the book and starts reading Gwen's deepest stats. He knows her gear, her skills, even her favorite childhood lullaby about the green meadows. "Stop," she blushes, "it's real. The book is the real deal." Julian's serious. The boss is close. Cedric rushes to contact the high command. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes. "A bug in the system." It finds Julian. Interesting. Like a system admin finding a glitch. If Julian ever truly unleashes that power, look out. Cedric yells back. High command gave the green light. They don't have a choice. They have to trust Julian's intel. "Tell us everything," Cedric commands. Julian grabs the voice stone. "Listen up. I'm taking charge of this defense." Every 6 hours, a new wave hits. If they want to survive, they have to hold the city walls. The final boss, a two-headed ogre, a monster that shreds people with magic and brute force at once. 12 waves, 3 days of hell, that's the mission. Julian tells them not to worry. The strategy is already written. Everyone lives, period. Behind it all, he's looking for one thing, the way back home. Gwen watches him, face turning bright red. He's not just a leader, he's a visionary. Julian takes a breath, steadying his nerves. All right, let's move. But there's a massive problem Julian doesn't know about. A deadly secret from when he was out. Every soldier who listens to his plan, they're being robbed. Every reward they earn goes straight to the book. And it's not just his words. Rumors count too. If you've heard the plan, you're marked. Christina is feasting. Meanwhile, the plan is working. The boss's health is plummeting. Gwen, now strike. Julian commands. She moves like a blur. Her blade sinks deep into the beast's gut. But wait, something is wrong. Its body is shifting. Nice, Julian mutters, but the party's over. The archdemon Christina has finally awakened. Population, 193,000. Sacrifices, over 176,000. 91%. Gone. This is just one of many sins you'll be forced to commit before the end. A defensive mission is simple. It's just a game of survival. The monsters march toward the citadel, and the recruits have one objective: hold the line. Suddenly, the ogres stop dead in their tracks. Lady Melisandre screams the order to fire. Long-range ballistas and heavy magic rain down, blanketing the field in steel and flame. She scoffs, calling these level 1 beasts idiots. But the soldiers are panicking. The stone barricades are brittle and starting to crumble. Don't conserve your arrows. If they're wounded, they'll scatter. But instead, the creatures break rank and charge toward the helpless peasants. They're cut down in seconds by knights in high-level plate. Julian watches them closely, commanding everyone to maintain a perfect formation. The grimoire of chronicles pulses in his hand, updating in real time. Just thinking a question makes the answers manifest on the parchment. With the book's secrets, they might actually live. The field is a graveyard of destruction as the last of the ogres are hunted down. Sir Cedric orders a full sweep of the perimeter. Report every detail back to Lord Julian, he commands, his eyes fixed on the boy. Everyone knows Julian is the one pulling the strings. Is this brilliant leadership natural, or is the grimoire playing him like a puppet? The surgeon's breath catches, the boss is coming. But Cedric isn't worried. He knows Lady Alina can end this with a single strike. Alina was deep in a healing sleep to recover her mana, but the earth itself begins to scream. A massive tectonic nightmare has arrived. Meet Bartholomew the Colossal. Difficulty level, rank 1, and he's heading straight for the city gates. Julian is actually grinning. Meanwhile, Cedric realizes they're out of flares. They strike the beast, but it doesn't even feel the impact. Enraged, the monster slams the earth with world-shattering force. Julian shouts for everyone to move the fight outside the city walls. If they stay inside, the citadel will be toothpicks in seconds. The only silver lining, this mountain of stone moves like a glacier. Alina looks at the giant, then at her small team. Just the 3 of us. How are we supposed to kill a god? Julian doesn't blink. I'm not doing anything. You are. The beast looms over them, casting a shadow like a tomb. She summons her silver lance, hand trembling. Julian explains the secret. Heroic-class relics of hidden soul traits locked deep inside. To unlock the real power, you have to meet the blood price. Only then will the hidden ability wake up and scream. The grimoire has already provided the ritual. Julian knows exactly what has to happen, and he's already told her the cost. Alina hesitates, looking at the sharp point of her weapon. Julian's voice is steady, cold, and utterly confident. Don't be afraid. I trust you, Julian, she whispers. Then she drives the lance deep into her own stomach, coughing up blood for the cause. The Colossal prepares a final, crushing blow. Alina is buried under tons of rock. Cedric screams, but Julian just watches the dust. Suddenly, a crimson aura explodes from the rubble. All conditions met. A dragon made of blood and hellfire rises from the flames. The sun-scorched fang is finally unleashed. The Imperial Flame Dragon is a one-shot miracle, and it's the most terrifying thing they've ever seen. The entire horizon is incinerated by the massive blast. A blinding explosion swallows the sky, leaving nothing but glass and ash behind. Cedric is shaking. If that power hit the city, we'd be ghosts. But he's more afraid of Julian's book than the dragon. That grimoire holds enough dangerous secrets to burn the world down. Julian seems like a good man, but that kind of power, it's poison. The system pings. Mission complete. Every citizen is instantly warped back to the city square, safe and sound for now. The rewards start dropping. People are cheering, finally realizing that this nightmare world follows the rules of a game. The bazaar is open. Nurses scramble to buy high-grade healing potions, desperate to save the men who held the walls. Julian lets out a breath, feeling the weight lift. But then he looks at the screen. Something is horribly, devastatingly wrong. Every single point from every citizen has been drained. The tribute of the sovereign has activated, and it's taken everything. Total desperation. The crowd realizes their hard-earned points are gone. Julian stares at the interface, his face turning pale as snow. The system math is brutal. Because of the excessive sacrifices, the points have been multiplied 100 times over. The leaderboard flickers to life. Lord Alistair is sitting at number 2 with a respectable 1,400 points. Then the top spot updates. Lord Julian, 10 billion. The crowd goes silent, then the screaming starts. He robbed us. They swarm him, calling for his head. Julian stammers, trying to explain that he didn't know the grimoire would do this. The surgeon demands a refund, but Sir Cedric checks the system log. Lady Christina's passive ability has been triggered. Julian cannot share. He cannot donate. He is locked out of the very fortune he stole. The mob is turning into a lynch party. He's a villain in their eyes now. He tries to force the transfer again, but the system shuts him down with a cold, digital error. Angry and desperate, Julian hurls the grimoire onto the cobblestones. Elena slashes at it with her spear, trying to kill the damn thing. It's useless. The book just regenerates, crawling back to him like it's alive. Julian is trapped, frustrated, and drowning in points. Mothers wail for their dying children, while the crowd begs Julian for even 10 measly points. His reputation, burned to a crisp. The commander reports the death toll is skyrocketing. Julian's mind races. Can he undo this tragedy? A cold barrel is pressed against his head. No time to blink. The high priest snaps, enough is enough. He brands Julian a criminal to be shackled. The mob is thirsty for blood. No one is backing down. Alistair whispers for him to run. Fix this nightmare, Julian. Find a way back to our kingdom. Rage burns hot. Julian's fist trembles. The knights see the storm coming and realize his intent. Alistair blocks their path. Julian dumps every point into agility and poof, he vanishes like a ghost. The crowd is absolutely livid. Then, a chime. The Oracle has an urgent notification for them. Less than 24 hours until the next siege. Why so soon? Alistair screams for everyone to retreat. Soldiers shove the bleeding into wagons. Lady Elena is paralyzed, trying to find a solution. A man with a magic horn bellows instructions. Fighters to the left, cowards to the right. Check your status, memorize the sanctuary locations. The urgency in the air is suffocating. Report Julian to the crown on site. If you're marked by the grimoire, get into isolation immediately. Hiding the sacrifice, Mark makes you an outlaw. No mercy for anyone breaking the kingdom's law. The realm scrambles. Everyone is arming up and preparing for the coming slaughter. Some pray for a miracle. Others fight just to flee. The next turn has officially begun. The dice tumble. Pawn 8 moves 4 spaces forward. The game is becoming a nightmare. The spires of the abyss have risen. Kill the guardians, or the Dark Lord awakens. 5 days on the clock. 3 massive spires. The mission is officially a race against time. Spire 1. Level 1 difficulty. The Guardian. The wingless seraph of no destiny. Spire 2. Level 1. The boss is the Mad Scholar, a super-intelligent beast with god-tier intellect. Spire 3, Level 3. The monster guarding it is the goblin duelist, 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 the Green. Julian watches from the shadows, a cold smile. The radio says the mob is attacking the spires. They're trying to play hero. It's a massacre. He wants to stop them, but they're out of control. Elinor is missing. A soldier reports she's gone rogue and left the safety of the lines. Alistair curses, "This is a total train wreck. She went straight for 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆, Level 3 suicide." The goblin's aura is pure, suffocating dread. Elinor charges in anyway, screaming with desperation. "I'll end this before anyone else dies." Her spear strikes, but the monster swats it away. The goblin retaliates. He draws his blade, surrounded by a chilling blue light. A blue flash erupts. He cuts her and the very air behind her clean in half. But wait, Julian caught her. He's there. "Tell them I'm taking everything," he mutters coldly. "Every reward, every point, all mine." Elinor is disgusted by his apparent greed. "Stay out of my way if you don't want to be robbed." The grimoire manifests in the air. He can't return what he took. Not now. He opens the celestial shop to spend it all. He buys everything. Strength, wisdom, luck, all maxed out in an instant. It's like magic. The oracle screams the news. Julian is the first max stat player. The people are screaming in fury. 400,000 points still left over. Achievements are piling up like mountains. He purges the junk, deletes everything under hero tier to make room for greatness. 142 legendary items, 1,000 heroic ones. The system marks the absolute best. "It's all for me," he sneers. The monarch's grimoire will be written in blood and tears. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 feels the massive shift in power. Julian vows to save the city and atone. Elinor looks back, realizing the Guardian has stopped its assault. Julian knows 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 won't strike until provoked. He pivots toward the wingless seraph instead. He needs that soul. With these stats, fighting these creatures isn't even a challenge anymore. The survivors glare with pure hatred. He doesn't give a damn. He just walks right through them. He wants the seraph to use its unique trait. He's hunting for something very specific now. These traits add massive flaws, but if the wrong triggers trip, this beast gets terrifyingly buff. If this thing slaughters 100 souls, its next form will wipe out all of England and quit guarding the spire just to hunt. Every living person. That is why Arthur has to prioritize the Guardians with the nastiest tricks first, starting with the fallen seraph. The seraph is on its last legs. Meanwhile, our hero says the goal isn't just finishing the quest, but how you end it. A royal carriage speeds through Stirling. The general commands his knights to keep clear of the spires until they know Arthur's true motives. In his head, he is wondering if the boy failed to return the sovereign favors or just could not find a way. He seemed decent enough, but assumptions are dangerous. Someone as sharp as Arthur could easily seize the throne. And even Gwendolen would not stand a chance. Suddenly, the ground shakes. A massive clash is happening right up ahead. Both men in the carriage feel it. A streak of crimson energy erupts from the side, sending the vehicle flying through the air. Sir Quentin stumbles out, wondering what hit them, but seeing Arthur casually holding the beast's severed wings. Now that is a shocker. Just standing there like a legend. His blade is the Heaven Render, an artifact once said to split the very sky and earth. Even better, it can forge monster remains into legendary gear. Quentin is stunned to find him here, but Arthur stays silent. Like a flash of lightning, the boy vanishes. Quentin realizes Arthur does not have a malicious bone in his body. He actually kept them safe from the sovereign-s toll. Shaking, the knight warns that something is wrong. The fallen seraph, it is not dead yet. The conditions were met. Once its wings and aura were ripped away, a hidden trait triggered, right then and there. The angel mutates. It is no longer holy. It is now the blight beast, a horror so vile that even the heavens turned away. Quentin mutters that night life is pure hell. A massive wall of dust kicks up as the infantry rushes the beast's location. Panting, he realizes these 3 monsters alone are deadlier than the entire first invasion. Then it hits him. Maybe Arthur intentionally left this beast for the knights to slay. The abomination does not wait around. It starts tearing through everything. Human, monster, it does not matter. It just wants blood. The soldiers are panicking, but Quentin does not blink behind his iron visor. He calmly fires his crossbow to draw the monster's aggro. He's just trying to buy time for the heavy reinforcements to arrive. But things go south fast. The horror lunges. Quentin knows if he can just hold the line, more lives will be spared. But he is instantly crushed under the beast's weight. Arthur watches the carnage with a chilling expression. "One down," he whispers. Suddenly, a vibrant emerald aura erupts from the knight's hand. The power is so intense, it actually burns the monster's flesh. Quentin's helmet just unlocked its secret art. The conditions were fulfilled. A divine spirit possesses his body, imbuing his steel with light. He bellows that the Divine Mother's gavel will crush the unholy. The zealot buff triggers, and suddenly the whole squad gets a massive power boost. They are fighting like absolute madmen. Arthur watches, admitting this is even more twisted than he expected. We see a flashback of the general promoting Quentin. Being blunt, the old man says he is now the battalion commander. It makes Quentin a bit uneasy, but he accepts. The general writes that in this chaos, info is scarce and everything is falling apart. They need men like Quentin, someone who keeps his cool, a man who is purely rational and never loses his head. No matter how bad it gets, a cold, logical leader, but right now, that rational personality is completely gone. A soldier unleashes a final blow, the Saint's shield slam. They are not even using blades, they are just bludgeoning the beast to death. And it is working. Quentin drives his banner into the monster's skull, screaming that this victory belongs to the goddess alone. The notification rings out, the spire is being cleared. Back at the camp, the general smiles. He has got an eye for talent. Arthur's plan was perfect. Even after the mutation, the beast's health was low, and the knightly order gets all the glory. Arthur turns to the side. He is actually chatting with Puck, the goblin. The boy sighs, saying the grimoire's curse makes talking to regular humans impossible, but Puck makes it tolerable. Then, Arthur offers the goblin a high-stakes bet. Puck is confused. Arthur says if he wins, he will shatter the seal on the Dark Lord's prison. That gets the goblin's attention. Elsewhere, Lady Gwendolen readies her lance. She carves through a horde of steel sentinels, but they just keep coming. There is not just one, there are dozens. She came to help, but the wave is endless. Every second, more machines arrive. Arthur tells Julian that being cursed by the tome was a social nightmare, but that goblin really helped. Then he challenges Julian to a bet. Julian's confused, but our boy is dead serious about it. "If I win, I break the Shadow King's seal." Just like that, Julian's blood runs cold. Meanwhile, Lady Gwendolen is busy shredding iron automatons with her spear, but they just keep coming. She's there to help, but it's a never-ending wave. The machines just keep spawning in every second. Alara senses the danger peaking. She knows this has to end now, so she orders a full retreat, but her knights won't budge. They think she's trying to steal all the glory and the bounty. It's not out of spite, though. They're just desperate to save their families back home. Meanwhile, rogue mercenaries are lurking behind the rocks. They're waiting for the monster's health to drop, mages and crossbowmen ready to snatch the kill. Suddenly, the monster's head snaps around, a full 180 degrees. Pure terror hits the group as a lethal beam of energy blasts straight at them. Thanks to Alara, they're still breathing. But the impact is massive. She's gritting her teeth, unsure how much longer she can hold back that raw power. Debris and weapons are flying everywhere in the chaos. Even so, Alara refuses to show a hint of weakness to the beast. She turns to tell the men to run. But they're already gone. They've bolted, screaming for someone to save them. That's when things get weird with the creature. The machine is calculating. It's analyzing Alara's every move to find a weakness. Then, it happens. The machine evolves, becoming completely immune to her attacks. She realizes she has to stop this evolution immediately, but she's swarmed. Other monsters rush in to block her path. They pin her down, leaving her completely immobile. She's stuck, unable to do a single thing to escape this nightmare. That's when 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 transforms. She erupts, bathing the monsters in a sea of flames. The boss watches from a distance. Screaming, she orders everyone to clear the area right now. A brutal clash with the boss begins. People are fleeing for their lives, terrified of the death looming over them. Then, a massive beam of light strikes. It hits the creature with a violent explosion that sends civilians flying. Despite the carnage, 𝒂𝒐𝒊𝒄𝒆 actually smiles in relief. But her relief is short-lived. The creature didn't just survive the blast, it blocked it and evolved into a terrifying level 2 boss. Arthur watches as the monster vanishes in the blink of an eye. It reappears instantly behind 𝒂𝒊𝒄𝒆, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Nothing she does even scratches the boss. Completely drained, 𝒂𝒊𝒄𝒆 finally collapses. Just before she blacks out, she sees a familiar face. It's our protagonist, Arthur, stepping in to save her once again. With a single, clean strike, he splits the monster's head right in two. He's doing something strange, and 𝒂𝒊𝒄𝒆 can't help but wonder what it is. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts from the ground, shattering the earth itself. Everything goes airborne. When the dust settles, the boss is standing alone, staring at the spot where the girl should have been. There's nothing left. The target, 𝒂𝒊𝒄𝒆, has completely vanished, but the boss isn't done. It picks up a trail and starts the hunt. The core intelligence of the hive was damaged in the blast. Because of this, a hidden, unique trait was triggered. Its new ability is called Frenzied Edict. Meanwhile, Arthur is looking up at the sky, looking totally unbothered. He mutters that bringing down the spires took longer than he expected. He looks at the first spire, where a massive crowd is desperately attacking. Then there's the second spire, crawling with pawns trying to tear it down. The kingdom's army is finally moving in to assist the people. Arthur could have leveled those spires in seconds, but he says that would be pointless. He's not here just for one mission, he's here to conquer the whole game. Like it or not, the entire city has to get stronger. To survive what's coming, they need a legendary commander and a champion-level unit. 𝒂𝒊𝒄𝒆 finally opens her eyes, wondering if she's actually still alive. She looks back, desperate to know if Arthur was the one who saved her. But the one standing there is Jack the Imp. It scares the life out of her, but he quickly hushes her, telling her to stay quiet for a second. 𝒂𝒊𝒄𝒆 calms down, but she's floored by the fact that a creature like Jack can actually speak. As he walks away, the imp tells her he's patched her up. He says they're low on time and need to move fast. Then he mentions something Arthur told him, that finding a teacher after a crushing defeat is a total cliché. 𝒂𝒊𝒄𝒆 has absolutely no clue what this imp is rambling about. But then, something shifts in the sky above them. It's the boss. It hasn't given up, and it's obsessed with finding and killing 𝒂𝒊𝒄𝒆 at any cost. The moment it locks onto her, its annihilation mode kicks in. Eerie blue lights start pulsing through the air like it's nothing. Arthur steps in, using the monster's own core to defend himself. He's actually tricking the boss into thinking he's 𝒂𝒊𝒄𝒆. The boss is completely disoriented, not realizing it's being played. Arthur takes a few calm steps back, drawing the creature's full attention. The monster erupts with overwhelming energy. In a literal heartbeat, it charges at Arthur with everything it has. Massive explosions rock the area, catching the attention of the terrified civilians. By accident, the monster's wild attack slams into the great tower. The tower is completely leveled. Arthur just looks down at his book and calmly notes that this level of destruction should be enough. He says the boss actually did them a favor by solving everyone else's problems. It's cold and it's irritating. From a distance, the sounds of steel clashing ring out. For some reason, Jack is actually training 𝒂𝒊𝒄𝒆. He demands she tap into her hidden power. Flames begin to swirl around her as the imp steps back, watching closely. He warns her not to forget that this power isn't naturally hers. If she overdoes it, she's going to get seriously hurt. He tells her to stop trying to use it all at once. She needs to take just a portion and dominate it, or the ability will end up consuming her. With these lessons, 𝒂𝒊𝒄𝒆 is actually starting to make progress. After the training, she brings up the bet Arthur made with Jack. The bet was about her being able to take down the iron automaton. Ilara can't help but wonder, is that even possible? Lord Sila's remains deathly quiet, and it is making Alina more than a little nervous. The old mentor finally speaks, asking why she endures his brutal training while standing. Alina admits she simply does not know. It is a confusing time, especially since this divine trial is packed with secret missions she has yet to uncover. She realizes that if she obsesses over the final goal, she will lose her mind before she ever finds her answers. Her first priority is simple. She must forge a body of iron at any cost. For her, that is the only way to truly live and survive this madness. Lord Silas actually cracks a smile at that. He originally thought the girl was just a puppet for Sir Alaric, but he sees it now. She is a true martial artist carving her own path without wasting a single breath. The grizzled mentor decides it is time to stop holding back. 3 days of hellish training pass in the blink of an eye. Down in the city, the atmosphere is bleak. People are staring at the ruins, wondering when this nightmare will finally end. Many want to stand with the royal army, but pure, unadulterated fear keeps them rooted to the spot. Suddenly, a sickening crack echoes through the earth as something tears through the underground tunnels. It is the monstrosity Alaric fought before, twisted by a dark power and back for a second round. Its mind is shattered and its vision is blurred, but it recognizes one thing. It wants Alina dead. It mistakes every survivor in its path for her and flips the switch to annihilation mode. Total chaos erupts as the civilians scramble to avoid being torn apart. The beast strikes, convinced it has finally crushed its target, but it realizes far too late that it was chasing a shadow. It stares at the spot where it struck, realizing it was completely played. In that moment of confusion, the beast senses a presence. The real Lady Alina appears right behind it, bathed in a strange light. The survivors can only stare in awe, whispering that an angel has descended to save them. She has done it. She has mastered Lord Silas's legendary sword style and donned the mystical illusion Blaze armor. Silas and Alaric watch from the distance, keeping a close eye on the unfolding drama. Alaric asks what her odds are, and Silas gives it to him straight, 50-50. That machine is her natural predator, but her martial arts prowess gives her a fighting chance that no machine could calculate. With a devastating strike, Alina sends the mechanical beast flying backward. It roars and prepares a desperate counterattack. Silas grins, noting that if the seeds of his wisdom bloom now, that heap of scrap metal is as good as gone. 3 days have passed since this siege began. Thanks to the sheer stubbornness of the soldiers, the first obelisk was shattered, and now the second one finally crumbles into dust. Alina has been locked in a brutal dance with the boss for nearly 24 hours. Finally, the creature falls, defeated by her hand. The citizens hold their breath, waiting for the end. Slowly, the wounded are healed and ushered back into the safety of the divine trial. A few more days pass, and something in the people has changed. Their spirits have evolved. They are no longer cowering but standing tall, convinced they can face whatever comes next. There is a sense of joy in the air because they believe they survived without Sir Alaric's help. That is what they think, anyway. The truth is the boy was working overtime in the shadows. Silas declares that his apprentice has won, so he will honor his word. Now, he says with a glint in his eye, it is my turn to step onto the stage. The royal army moves out to secure supplies. Over the radio, a commander is absolutely losing it at Captain Cedric because he was supposed to scout, not level a massive obelisk. Cedric looks like he has aged 10 years in a single afternoon. He just tells the surgeon to forget about the report and keep moving. The voice promises a promotion if he keeps up this streak. Cedric clearly hates the idea, but in this world, he has no choice but to follow orders. Alina catches his eye, signaling that it is time to depart. Cedric asks if she can really keep going, and she reminds him of her promise to her master. She remembers Silas's parting words. The next time they meet, they will be standing on opposite sides as enemies. Cedric is worried sick, knowing they are facing a Tier 3 threat that even Alina struggled with. The captain can't help but question what Alaric is really planning. Suddenly, a sound like a thunderclap startles them both. The sky portal is literally shattering above them. Alina looks up and sees the one person bold enough to tear the sky apart. It is 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆. He is raining down kicks with such force that the entire kingdom is trembling under his feet. With a series of lightning-fast strikes, he shatters the seal of the Dark Sovereign. Everyone is frozen in shock as the mission objective suddenly changes before their very eyes. A special abyssal rift tears open in the clouds. The new mission is simple: slay the Dark Sovereign. If they fail, it is game over for the entire world. The man is a complete lunatic, the soldiers mutter. Silas and Cedric can only wonder what kind of madness 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 is cooking up now. Silas doesn't hesitate. He leaps toward the rift and lands on a floating crag. He prepares to deal with the swarming monsters. In a heartbeat, every creature in sight is slaughtered. He does not stop there. Everything surrounding the rift is wiped from existence in an instant. The onlookers are paralyzed by that kind of overwhelming power. Silas calls this his final lesson for Alina, telling her she better pay close attention. He vanishes into the shadows, hoping to see her again. Meanwhile, 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 has already stepped into the special rift. Protected by a shimmering halo, 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 is completely immune to the soul-crushing pressure of the demonic dimension. He strolls through the hellscape like he is out for a morning walk to the bakery. He calls out for the Dark Sovereign, asking if his name is Kristen. The massive creature growls that it has never heard that name and demands to know how a mere human found this place. 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 just sighs, disappointed that the demon kings do not talk to each other. "What a total waste of time," he mutters. He looks back at the Tier 6 monster and tells it that its real opponent is arriving soon. For a split second, the demon king actually acts friendly. Then, bam, the king punches 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 right in the jaw, calling the situation embarrassing. 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 is done playing nice and immediately retaliates. Lord Silas finally reaches the heart of the lair, but he stops dead in his tracks. He cannot believe what he is seeing. The Demon King's arms have been completely erased from existence. 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 just laughs it off, apologizing for breaking the rules of the fight. He takes a casual step back, claiming it was just an accident. The Demon King is trembling, wondering how on earth a human could possess such terrifying power. Arthur actually has the guts to pull this off. Our boy straight up asks Sir Alistair to switch places, but the knight just sighs. He'd love to help, but the Dark Sovereign isn't exactly looking for a new dance partner right now. Unfortunately, things are going sideways fast. If the knight tries to take on the Dark Sovereign, it triggers a hidden cataclysm, and that's a game over for everyone involved. Both of them would end up dead in a mutual strike, leaving the massive hoard of soul essence to be split among the commoners. Not a single scrap would be left for our hero. The beast unleashes a devastating blow, shattering the earth itself. But Arthur? Not a scratch. That legendary Aegis armor he's wearing is doing some seriously heavy lifting. Inside his head, Arthur knows he's stuck. There's nothing he can do but play the waiting game while the nearby citizens farm as much essence as they can. The Dark Sovereign rains down punches on Arthur, but he just stands there, taking it like a champ. Sir Alistair is watching this from the sidelines, absolutely floored by the kid's durability. Outside the abyssal breach, it's pure chaos as the remaining monsters get hunted down. The Royal Guard is working overtime, pushing back the tide and moving the villagers to safety. Commander Cedric is reaching his limit. These shadow creatures aren't that strong individually, but there are just too many of them. If this keeps up, the defense will crumble. The High Surgeon isn't pulling any punches either, claiming Arthur is now the kingdom's greatest villain. Since he's the one who broke the seal on the Sovereign, every drop of blood spilled today is on his hands. Lady Alina is racing toward the shelter, cutting down any beast that crosses her path with clinical precision. She's moving like a whirlwind. She screams for everyone to get to the safe zone, but the crowd is restless. Most of them are busy cursing Arthur's name, blaming him for this nightmare. Then a noblewoman steps in, asking Alina if she's really just going to stand there and let these people trash talk her champion. Alina turns bright red, trying to deny the rumors, while Lord Julian just sits there casually munching on snacks. He tosses one to Alina, a reward for her hard work. Except classic Julian move, the bag was already empty. Meanwhile, back at the breach, Alistair steps up and tells Arthur to fall back. He looks Arthur in the eye and asks if the boy actually cares about him. It's a heavy moment. Alistair admits that if they had met in another life, maybe they could have shared a drink as friends. Then, with a roar, the knight charges the monster head-on. Arthur actually feels a twinge of guilt. His original plan was to let Alistair die alongside the sovereign, but seeing him charge in like that, it hits different. It's too late to change the plan, but Arthur realizes he can't let Alistair die, not after those words. Suddenly, a hidden notification pops up. Friendship level, maxed out. A secret ability activates instantly, putting Arthur on high alert, but then he sees the opportunity and a smirk creeps across his face. The sovereign is a monster, literally. Alistair is already running on fumes, and the sheer pressure coming off the boss is enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Gasping for air, Alistair prepares his final, lethal strike, willing to sacrifice everything for his friend and student. It's a do-or-die moment. But then, boom, the boss is wiped out before Alistair can even blink. The speed of the kill is so insane it actually terrifies the veteran knight. The Dark Sovereign tries to limp away to heal, but Arthur delivers one final, crushing blow. The divine decree announces it. Arthur is the top contributor. Every single summoned beast is vaporized on the spot. Arthur just stands there, looking perfectly innocent as he smiles at a bewildered Alistair. Using the power of his ancient grimoire, Arthur recruits Alistair just before the night can fade away. Alistair is tense, but the spiritual bond is sealed. The portal slams shut, and Arthur collapses. He's the most hated man in the realm, allied with a monster, and his only companion is the soul of a knight trapped in a book. Arthur sighs, feeling a bit more of his humanity slip away with every passing second. This path he's on, it's getting dark. The essence points are handed out, and since nobody managed to steal the data from the grimoire this time, everything goes smoothly. Alina can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Up on the rooftops, Lord Julian is watching. He's wondering if Arthur is the kingdom's golden savior or a ticking time bomb waiting to level the city. Commander Cedric admits he doesn't understand these divine games well, but he knows a base defense when he sees one. He mentions that Arthur could build an unstoppable legion. But he doubts it's even possible. A single existence reaching max level and soloing the sovereign in record time. That's unheard of. Would the architects of this game even allow such a freak occurrence? Right on cue, the system triggers a red alert. An abnormal unit has been flagged. Far above, an overseer pulls up Arthur's status window to see what the hell is going on. Without a hint of hesitation, the god clicks the annihilation button. He wants Arthur gone, and he wants him gone now. For a split second, Arthur feels an icy gaze from the heavens, like he's being watched by something massive. But then, a system error flashes across the sky. A unit inspection starts immediately. Within seconds, the system decides to hide Arthur's existence from every other player in the game. Back on the ground, life returns to a weird kind of normal as people spend their points. One guy finds a relic that can broadcast his voice across the entire territory. Everyone is rolling their new fate runes, hoping for anything from common to mythic. Cedric ends up with a heroic spear that magically returns to his hand. The commander notes that some of the luckier pulls are actually pretty terrible, but the potential is there. Trade stalls are popping up everywhere, and groups are already starting to recruit. Cedric thinks back to what Alina said about her lack of military experience. There are so many terrified people out there, and Cedric knows it's his sworn duty to protect them as best he can. Alina just laughs it off, telling him not to worry because she'll be right there helping with the high-level missions whenever she's needed. Humans really do adapt to the apocalypse fast, don't they? Arthur watches them from afar, his mind already spinning with his next move. Everyone has their part to play now, Cedric, Alina, all of them. But Arthur knows that the future of Eldoria rests entirely on his shoulders. One wrong choice, and the whole kingdom turns to ash. Arthur goes silent, lost in thought as he prepares for the next phase of the game. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 was just about to finalize his next move when a voice cut through the air. It was Katharina. He quickly checked his ancient grimoire to see exactly who this woman was, even though he already had his suspicions. He couldn't help but wonder how on earth she'd managed to climb up there. Approaching the hero with a smirk, Katharina mentioned she'd expected him to be miserable in his isolation, but clearly she was wrong. Our boy seemed perfectly fine with his solitude. Unfazed, 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 asked her what she was playing at. Katharina just shook her head, claiming that now wasn't the time for a proper chat. "Give it time," she teased. "Soon you'll be questioning everything about this situation and me." She told him he could just look for the answers in his magical book, but 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 wasn't having it. He retorted that thoughts aren't just information you can read on a page. Satisfied with that answer, Katharina grabbed her climbing rope, ready to make her exit. She confessed she really just wanted to see his face. The face of the great fool who had the power to conquer everything, yet chose the most brutal path possible. Then, like a complete madwoman, she threw herself right off the cliffside. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 could only stand there, staring down, wondering what kind of chaos he'd just walked into. As evening fell and the sky turned blood orange, a system announcement echoed through the air. The Citadel had gained enough experience to upgrade its facilities and improve the lives of its citizens. Even the city's infrastructure was getting a partial facelift. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 noted that the more points people spent, the faster the Citadel evolved. It was a cycle of growth. But there was a catch. The massive amount of points 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 had burned through earlier, they weren't in the city's records. He looked at his book, confused. All that power had been siphoned off, likely straight to 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆, the Blood Queen. Our boy started to worry. Was it really wise to let her use that energy elsewhere? Meanwhile, Commander 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 was reporting to his superior. Katharina watched from afar, noting that the king's soldiers were keeping their edge and performing well. She started thinking about her own living situation. She needed a comfortable place to stay, especially since the city was crawling with danger and she was fragile. Yeah, right. Suddenly, the system boomed. A new turn had begun. The Citadel had officially landed in a place called the Vault of the Gilded Sovereign, and it looked like a total death trap. The mission would last 2 weeks. The objective? Satisfy the Golden God. To do it, they'd have to navigate 4 different, treacherous maps. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 frowned. 2 weeks was a long time to survive in a place like this. Strangely, though, the usual monster summons hadn't happened yet. The area was eerily quiet. Another announcement clarified that rewards were individual. Your loot depended entirely on how much you impressed the Gilded Sovereign. No free rides here. Isabel was at a total loss. This was a massive departure from their previous missions, and the descriptions were incredibly vague. She didn't know where to start. She decided to push the confusion aside for now. Her main priority was to scout the entire map and get a feel for the layout before things went south. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 laughed to himself. "Talk about a lucky roll of the dice," he muttered. If this went well, the city would hit the jackpot. Until then, he decided to summon 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆. Without warning, a blood-red spear manifested from the book and skewered our boy right through the chest. It was sudden, brutal, and absolutely terrifying. But as quickly as it appeared, the spear vanished into thin air. It was a warning. Alara, the Blood Queen, was punishing him for failing to bring her fresh sacrifices. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, beginning to drain 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆's life force. The book issued a grim warning. No offerings meant a quick and painful death. If he failed to provide, 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 made it clear she would simply find herself a new, more useful owner. Our boy was officially on the clock. A few days into the mission, a group of scouts stumbled upon a hidden dungeon. One of the squires nervously asked if they should call in the royal army. His partner just grinned, drawing his blades from his back. "The reward for reporting it is tiny," he said. "We're in a new world now. It's time to make our own history." But seconds later, pure terror washed over the group. The air grew heavy as a mysterious, Hulking, monster began to crawl out from the darkness of the dungeon. The leader recognized it immediately. "That's the gatekeeper," he whispered. Back in their old lives, these guys were elite guild leaders, and they knew they were in trouble. Meanwhile, Alaric was acting like a complete lunatic, frantically shouting information at everyone nearby. He looked like he'd finally snapped. He insisted that they had to use poison for the mission, but the others were tired of his antics. They begged him to just shut up and leave them alone. Alaric didn't listen. He just kept ranting about a secret dungeon hidden right behind the one they were in. He was on a completely different level of obsession. Hours later, in another part of the city, a man was fuming with rage. He had become a sacrifice of the crown, and he felt like the world was out to get him. His guide told him the truth. Alaric had already hit the level cap. All they could do now was sit and rot in this isolation field meant for sacrifices like them. Everyone was talking about Alaric, buzzing about how desperate and unhinged he'd looked earlier. The man was becoming a living legend and a nightmare. "I was so scared I nearly lost it," one survivor admitted. He wanted to keep hunting, but he refused to do anything that would help Alaric, so he hid here instead. Alaric checked his grimoire. 2,000 people had already been registered in his system. For now, his daily punishment was being dialed back. He took a breath, feeling the pain recede. It was bearable, but he was suspicious. This change wasn't there before, and he knew Alara was hiding things from him. He realized the Blood Queen was playing her own game, keeping him in the dark. But he just smirked. This didn't mess with his plans one bit. Alara thought she had him under her thumb, but she was about to find out who was really pulling the strings. This realization gave him a thrill, and he was ready to test a new theory. He headed for Sector B, the Emperor Griffin's nest. Difficulty level 3. This beast was said to carry the legendary blood of ancient dragons. The massive monster didn't hesitate. It shrieked and charged straight at our boy, determined to tear him apart in one fell swoop. Elsewhere, Isabel was locked in combat with a massive earth troll. Level 2 difficulty. She was using the fight as a chance to refine her deadly martial arts. With a single, crushing blow, she ended the beast. As she stepped off the corpse, she whispered a thanks to her master for making her so incredibly strong. Lady Katharina found a hidden treasure chest and called Isabel over. Isabel addressed her formally, but Katharina insisted she drop the act and speak casually. But Isabel wasn't in a friendly mood. She demanded to know why Katharina was following her so shamelessly. Katharina just laughed. Sticking with the strongest was just smart survival. Observing the benefits of Lady Katharina's methods, the young Hazel is absolutely stunned. Katharina just sighs, asking if she'd really abandon a weak and defenseless citizen. That question completely catches Hazel off guard. Leaning against the cold stone wall, she asks the lady to wait just a moment. A short while later. Hazel hands over a third of the loot. Katharina shrugs, quality over quantity, right? Since they can't verify if these are true artifacts until they reach the royal capital. She's taking every single piece. Hazel's mind is spinning. She asks how Katharina could possibly be so sure about the value. Katharina's answer. She knows just by looking. Hazel mutters that Katharina is strange, but honestly, she's incredibly cool. Following close behind, Hazel asks if she has any friends. Katharina says the girl is way too naive. Monsters aren't the only threat in these woods. This is a relic hunt, not some peaceful pilgrimage. Blood will be spilled between nights eventually. It's only a matter of time. See, an artifact isn't truly yours until the king's appraisal. There will always be bandits waiting to rob travelers of their hard-earned spoils. After all, it's much easier to fight humans than to slay monsters. Meanwhile, in Oakhaven, the Watchmen investigate a grisly crime scene. Commander Cedric arrives. Another case of stolen artifacts. Lieutenant Arthur says the victim claims he was drugged, and when he woke up, his pack was empty. The commander grunts. The fool should have delivered his find to the sovereign's vault the moment he found it. A guard nearby mentions it takes 12 hours to make the delivery. It's as if the laws of the realm are designed to make it difficult. Cedric calls that kind of reasoning pathetic. The guard snaps back. It all depends on how one interprets the king's decree. The officers are about to discipline the man's attitude when, suddenly, he screams a warning. 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 has appeared, and he's riding a massive griffin. No time to think. Cedric draws a mythic tier blade and immediately lunges at our protagonist with everything he's got. The impact is violent, opening a massive crater in the cobblestone. A man in a noble suit orders a full evacuation of the plaza. In his mind, he admires Cedric's bravery, but 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 is at the peak of mastery. This is a suicide mission. If he keeps this up, he'll be dead soon. The commander is shocked to see 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 is still standing. Even weirder, the boy didn't even try to dodge or strike back. Later, news spreads through the city like wildfire. 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 the Griffin Knight has been captured and is being interrogated without a fight. Relic hunters are losing their minds with excitement. They grab their gear and rush into the wilds now that the fear of the protagonist is gone. Currently, the lords of the Gilded Crown are far from happy, but that's not the main focus right now. Let's head to the Blackwood Den. There, the goblin tribes are being dismantled one by one. A soldier named Harry shouts that this sector has been fully cleared. But they have to push deeper into the dens. More monsters are lurking. Liam fires his heroic tier crossbow at the retreating creatures. The goblins drop like stones from the enchanted bolts. The two soldiers start bickering, though, which is a big mistake. Their distraction lets a monster slip away, but the sergeant steps in and cuts the creature down instantly. He barks an order. When they return to the barracks, they're both running 10 laps around the entire dukedom. He reports to Sir Quentin. The area is officially cleared. Quentin says they're almost finished on their side, too. Suddenly, a goblin shaman summons a barrage of stones. The creature sneers. When his dark god arrives, no one can stop him. Their end will be tragic, like a withered flower. Without wasting a second, a soldier activates his Ring of Ruin. His name is Kenelm, and he's a third circle combatant. A massive explosion rocks the cave, and the shaman is vaporized. Quentin quips that the kid didn't even let the monster finish its villain speech. Anyway, this isn't some bard's tale. Smashing through a reinforced door, a soldier reports he's found the target. The 18 missing citizens were located with only minor injuries. A little later, at the High Command headquarters, the commander sends reinforcements to tend to the wounded. He explains they're turning that goblin den into a permanent military outpost. Looking at Quentin, he asks if the sergeant knows what 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 is planning. Quentin just sighs, honestly. The sergeant says the most terrifying thing about the prophecy isn't the text, it's the protagonist. But he doesn't believe the boy is an enemy. Outside the citadel, the griffin lets out a long yawn. People stare in awe at the beast, knowing it belongs to the legendary 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆. Inside the dungeon cell, our boy is just eating. A guard jokes that even a master of the peak of mastery gets hungry. Cedric enters. To the law, 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 is a criminal who has committed several high offenses. The hero just takes full responsibility. The commander stares him down. He's worked the watch for 20 years and sees a killer's face every day. He's certain of one thing, 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 isn't a bad person. It's highly likely that everything that happened was just a massive accident. A guard approaches, saying this would fall under the Good Samaritan law. Too bad that doesn't exist in this kingdom. Smiling, Cedric says he'll clear up the misunderstanding everyone has about the protagonist, dropping his spoon on the table. 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 mutters that he wasn't exactly in a position to seek help at that time. Cedric is confused, but the talk is cut short. A soldier bursts in with urgent news. A rogue with a heroic tier artifact is currently committing robbery and murder in the streets. Since there are so many high-tier fighters involved, the watch is struggling. They immediately head for the royal carriage to intercept the threat. Silas watches a robbery, muttering that without rewards, alliances just crumble, exactly how it should be. Total chaos is just the birth of a new order, a perfect fit for a world where raw power rules. Inspector Miller sighs, telling him to try thinking like a sane person for once, even if this magical reality is confusing. People are still human. Someone screams for mercy, but the attacker doesn't give a damn. He moves for the kill. Suddenly, the inspector steps in, blocking the strike. "You're under arrest for theft and attempted murder," he says. He warns that resisting will get ugly. Terrified, the thug surrenders instantly before being hauled away to the transport. 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 scoffs, saying the old laws are dead. His plan: they should just become the new kings of the city. Miller replies that's exactly why he keeps 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 on a short leash, because he is the most dangerous man alive. 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 narrows his eyes. Something feels wrong. He can't predict what Lord Alistair is actually planning. He looks at Miller and warns that from today, things get busy. With Alistair locked up, the vultures will strike. 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 suspects Alistair wants total ruin, but Miller defends the boy, insisting he is fundamentally good. 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 isn't buying it. People aren't laughing, they're trembling in their cells. Cut to Alistair, drenched in sweat. It is a battle of will now. The system chimes in. The Saintess is unsatisfied and demands more sacrifices. Time for a trick. Alistair uses a rare item, and suddenly a thick smoke creates a perfect double of himself. Donning his invisibility cloak, the real Alistair whispers to the clone to hold out as long as possible. He slips away. The clone wakes up just as a guard arrives, wondering why the prisoner is being so quiet. The clone turns around with a look so cold, it actually makes the soldier flinch with pure fear. The guard stammers about reinforcements, but the clone just walks out of the cell, calm as can be. Outside, the griffin starts acting wild. It takes to the skies, leaving the confused guards staring upward. Hidden by magic, Alistair smiles. Stage 1 is done. Now, it is time to kick off Stage 2 of the plan. The army is split, half inside the walls, half guarding the perimeter, while the commoners find their own roles. Even those without magic or steel are finding work. Everything is moving like clockwork across the kingdom. At the outpost, once a den for vile goblins, Captain Gareth notes they have cleared a huge sector in 2 days. He mutters that if people had just worked together from the start, this would have been easy. But the atmosphere in the city is rotting. Greed is growing, and more treasures are vanishing every single day. The city guards are struggling. No equipment, no hope. Gareth asks if the High Command will finally step in. The answer is no. It is too risky. If the army takes over police duties, the public will realize the truth. That everything is falling apart. Their orders are to wait until it is absolutely necessary to strike. Gareth falls silent, brooding. He realizes that even as the world breaks, human nature stays exactly the same. That realization is a heavy burden. Elsewhere, a dark power is consuming a poor soul in the shadows. A rogue alchemist is using a commoner as a lab rat to test out his new, lethal poison blends. His weapon, the abandoned magic pearl. It is an artifact that grows more sinister every time it tastes blood. He watches the poison spread with a twisted grin. He won't kill the man yet, there are still more tests. The victim begs, offering every treasure he owns just to live, but the killer just laughs. "Experience is the true treasure," he whispers. The only thing left in the night is a blood-curdling scream. Inspector Miller arrives later. 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 notes the weapon used was incredibly efficient. Then, they see the body. Miller notices the gold was not even touched. Was it a lone wolf or a whole gang of psychos? 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 points out that with Demon King Alistair behind bars, something far worse has crawled out of the dark. Miller still believes Alistair is a good kid, but he admits all this chaos is the boy's fault. 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 asks if the boy will actually talk, but Miller knows better. Direct questioning won't work on him. He will be more efficient. He is going to start squeezing the people closest to Alistair for the truth. High above on his griffin, Alistair sneezes. "Am I getting a cold?" he wonders, shivering in the wind. The system alerts him. The Golden God's satisfaction is barely at 10%. Not good. Not good at all. He heads toward the desert sector, but a massive sand tornado blocks the path. The griffin is exhausted. "We are here," he tells the bird. While the city eats itself, Alistair has already snatched every real treasure. 𝒊𝒂 is grinning like a madman while feeding treasures to a beast. He tells it to get fat and strong, because our boy is actually crafting his own divine idol. A literal gilded god. Elsewhere, 3 lieutenants tell Commander Alistair to leave the heavy lifting to them, but he tells them to stop being so dramatic. He's just going to deliver a warning to 𝒊𝒂. Like a bunch of kids, the knights start screaming for him to bring back some sweets when he returns. The second the commander is out of earshot, the trio is celebrating. Finally, a day off, but another officer is watching their lazy behavior from the side. He sees them goofing off, but figures a vacation won't hurt. Instantly, these 3 idiots start a victory dance right in front of him, shouting at the top of their lungs. They're already calling for ale. Meanwhile, the officer is just shaking his head, realizing he can't leave these morons alone for even a single second. Suddenly, a hand lunges out of the dark. 4 heavy blows strike 𝒊𝒂, and he hits the dirt, completely dazed. Jasper stands over him, saying it's finished. He's pierced every pressure point to kill the pain. 𝒊𝒂 takes a breath, finally feeling relief, and thanks the clever sprite for the assist. Right now, Jasper has officially been named one of 𝒊𝒂's 4 high sovereigns. The boy has a ton of questions, but he knows he has to wait. He needs the situation to stabilize first. His current plan: use the chaos of Alistair being in the city to go and rob every noble estate in the Wildwood Reach. But something goes wrong for Alistair. He senses a shift in the air and screams at the driver to turn the carriage around, there in the middle of an ambush. The attackers are chugging combat potions to keep the pressure on. Alistair is baffled. Why would anyone be insane enough to launch a full-scale assault on the military? If he fights back, it's going to be a bloodbath. And like it or not, these attackers are still civilians, meaning a massacre would cause a total political nightmare. The commander decides to pull back and wait for the heavy hitters. They bolt at high speed, trying to lose the mob before things get even uglier. Alistair stays calm, but he realizes the crime rate in Silverhelm is way worse than he thought. It's not just bad, it's a literal war zone out here. Every strong fighter has gone treasure hunting, leaving the regular folks totally defenseless. It's created the perfect breeding ground for every cutthroat in the kingdom. If a real bandit king shows up, this city is finished. Suddenly, the driver screams, something is stalking them, and the damn thing is moving fast. While the city burns, 𝒊𝒂 is busy squaring off against a massive lizard beast. It's a rank 3 threat, and he's just getting warmed up. It's not just one, though. A whole pack of the scaly freaks is closing in on him. But let's be honest, they don't have a prayer of even touching him. One strike, boom, the monsters literally evaporate into dust. 𝒊𝒂 stretches, feeling his body move much smoother now thanks to Jasper's help. Jasper tells him to take it easy. He notes that this place feels eerily similar to the abyssal realm, and that's never a good sign for anyone involved. In that dark dimension, the monsters are twice as strong, and the pain is constant. Why? Because the Shadow Queen, Lady 𝒔𝒊𝒏, makes sure the punishment hurts. 𝒊𝒂 just wants to finish this and get out with the loot. Honestly, his main goal isn't just feeding that idol, it's completing the quest with the easiest path possible. That means hoarding every treasure in sight and squeezing out every single reward he can get. Efficiency is the name of the game for our boy. He even admits that the entire riot happening in the city is all part of his elaborate plan to secure the loot. Talk about a mastermind move. Suddenly, a monster made of pure toxic sludge lunges at the commander and his driver. But these two aren't sweating it. They've already called for backup. See, Alistair didn't get his rank by being lucky. He recently earned a massive promotion, and his superior handed down some legendary gear to him and his men. Alistair is still getting used to the weight of it all. One particular item is heroic class, and it's basically a portable fortress for the user. It creates a 3-meter sanctuary that lasts for 3 minutes. Pure safety in a bubble. The commander tells his driver to stop. Acting rashly now will only get them killed. Just then, a figure leaps from the shadows and slams onto the roof of the moving carriage. This guy clearly wants all the attention he can get. Alistair doesn't flinch. He demands to speak to the leader, making it clear he has zero interest in talking to some low-level lackey or errand boy. The man just starts cackling. He mocks the commander's attitude, points a finger, and declares that he is the one in charge of this whole operation. He orders them to obey or die right there. Suddenly, the entire carriage is swallowed by a cloud of thick, glowing poison that starts melting everything it touches. The driver is terrified, but 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 is a rock. His enchanted helm keeps the corrosive smoke out of his lungs while he assesses the situation with cold eyes. This acid is no joke. It's eating through the metal. If they weren't protected by the relic, they'd be nothing but piles of goop by now. But 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 has a plan. He looks the bandit in the face and says he's willing to accept a surrender if the guy is willing to listen to his terms. He tells the bandit he can become his subordinate. "Maybe I can actually turn you into a decent human being," he says with a straight face. The bandit is stunned. Is this guy for real? Beside him, the driver is panicking, wondering why the commander is picking a fight with a psycho. The bandit senses something behind him, but it's way too late. 𝒂 smirks, revealing that the whole conversation was just a distraction to let his backup move in. The trap is sprung. The bandit is hauled up into the air, cursing his luck. Between the sudden attack and the wind, he can't even control his own poison anymore. He realizes he played around way too much, and now he's at a massive disadvantage. But he's not going down without one last desperate shot. He forms a sphere of concentrated toxin and pulls out a heavy-duty slingshot, aiming it right at the commander's head with lethal intent. The projectile flies like a bullet. It's fast, blindingly fast, but right before it hits the mark, 𝒂 lunges forward with incredible speed. He knocks the driver out of the way just as the poison bolt slams into the earth. The impact is massive, and the wind from the blast starts to clear the air. The toxic bullet hits the ground with a hiss, and the tornado of wind finally dies down, leaving a crater where the projectile struck the cobblestones. The ground itself began to liquefy. Sir Arthur tried to take command of the situation, but Commander Cedric cut him off, warning him that the enemy wasn't fighting alone. Arthur refused to run, but Meister Thomas pleaded with him to see it as a strategic withdrawal. The two started bickering at the absolute worst possible moment. Talk about terrible timing. While they argued, the villains slipped away, and massive explosions began rocking the capital city of 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆. Down in the slums, low-life outlaws were grumbling about being stuck in the outer ward. They had no idea they were about to run into Lady 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆. The cowards tried to bolt immediately. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 shouted for them to stand still, but one of the thugs hurled an alchemical bottle right at her face. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 seemed completely unfazed by the threat, but old Agnes screamed for her to move before the glass could shatter on the cobblestones. Then, thwack! 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 snatched the bottle midair with insane reflexes, performing a perfect maneuver to stabilize the explosive liquid inside. Agnes let out a huge sigh of relief. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 demanded to know who these thugs were, and the elder explained they were organized bandits, a rare and dangerous sight. These weren't just common thieves. They were carrying vials of lethal blight with no known antidote. Things were getting serious and fast. Crisis averted, thanks to her. In the quiet moment that followed, 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 found herself remembering exactly what Duke Stirling had said about human nature. The treasure hunt was officially on hold. Something dark was brewing in the capital, and 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 knew she couldn't ignore the strangeness any longer. Somewhere in the shadows, an observer was tracking Prince Alaric's doppelganger. It turns out the Duke had already sniffed out the magical deception. While munching on a biscuit, she wondered what Alaric was really planning. Without him, this entire kingdom was going to rot from the inside out. Meanwhile, deep in the forbidden crypts, Barnaby the imp warned that a massive clash was coming. Alaric expected chaos, but this was next-level crazy. As they tore through waves of monsters, the imp suggested just slaughtering everything in sight. But Alaric refused. He needed things to get even more chaotic. He wanted these mysterious intruders to speed up the process. Barnaby admitted he could never quite wrap his head around the prince's twisted logic. "You'll understand soon enough," 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 promised. For now, they had one goal: clear this hellish dungeon and keep moving forward. A massive stone door creaked open, revealing a nightmare. A voice hissed from the dark, mocking the fact that a mortal had descended so deep. This was the 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆, a shadow lord dwelling at the very edge of the abyss. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 didn't blink. He just asked if the beast knew Princess 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆. The monster didn't appreciate the prince's arrogant tone one bit. But 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 didn't wait for an invitation to fight. He moved. He charged forward like a bolt of lightning, but an invisible wall slammed him back. The boss laughed, calling him a fool for thinking a mere physical strike would work. The 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 hated his attitude. With a wave of its hand, massive boulders were launched at 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆, sending him flying across the chamber. It was a magical barrier that nullified every physical blow. This thing was a high-tier mage. If Arthur's knights were here, they'd be dust in seconds. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 and 𝒊𝒏𝒈 danced through a hail of attacks. It wasn't just the boss, either. The air was thick with ancient curses and rotting plagues. Gripping his heavy war axe, the prince declared he would force the dungeon to change its own rules. He was going to rewrite the difficulty setting. The Shadow Lord stacked barrier after barrier to stay safe. But 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆's axe was special. It converted raw physical power directly into pure magic. One clean strike, and the beast was finished. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 wasn't done, though. He planned to neutralize every dangerous zone to keep the common folk safe. Back at the Western Guardhouse, the atmosphere was tense. The Lord Chancellor was leading a high-stakes meeting about the current crisis. The main threat, a poison-obsessed outlaw known as 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆. This guy was a walking biological weapon. 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 needed to be behind bars, but their current forces weren't enough. The plan was a massive joint operation involving the Guard, the Legion, and even the citizens. Ilara was all in on the idea. Cedric knew that time was their enemy. The longer they waited, the higher the body count would climb. If they lost this fight, it was game over for everyone. But the High Lords had authorized this, which meant they were playing for keeps. They seemed terrifyingly confident about winning the battle for the streets of 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆. But back in the crypts, the nightmare wasn't over. The 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 wasn't dead yet. It boasted about the centuries of suffering it had caused, claiming no mortal had ever drawn its blood. Yet 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 had made it look easy. The prince pressed the issue again, demanding to know what the creature knew about Princess 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆. The monster asked if this was about the sacred decrees. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 wasn't sure if it was talking about the secret missions or something deeper. It turned out the monsters received their own decrees, just like humans, and usually their only objective was total extermination. Perhaps the monsters had their own twisted network of communication. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 wanted more answers, but the Shadow Lord just sneered. "Knowledge is a curse," it hissed. "Apparently, the more you know about the Forbidden Tome, the faster death comes to find you." That's when it clicked for 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆. This monster knew way more than it was letting on. The creature just laughed at the coming annihilation. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 tried to force the truth out of him, but 𝒊𝒏𝒈 pulled him back. They had to get out of there before the entire room vanished. "I love that look of despair on your face," the boss mocked before fading away. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 shouted for him to wait, but it was too late. A massive tremor shook the very foundations of the earth. Then, a blinding bolt of lightning tore through the floor, lighting up the darkness. The Shadow Lord's voice echoed one last time, promising to wait for the great condemnation of Pawn Number 8, a fate triggered by 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 himself. 𝒊𝒏𝒈 asked if the prince was all right. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 said he was fine, but his mind was racing, piecing together the terrifying trap he just stepped into. Julian doesn't care about the ancient secrets hidden in those dusty tomes. Master Thorn asks if he's going to keep digging for clues, but the boy just shakes his head. He's done searching. It's enough to know that a demon lord has his eyes on Princess Christina for now. Right now, he's focused on a new goal, recalibrating the very difficulty of this world's trials. That process is going to take 3 days, at least. Thorn is worried sick. He's not sure the common folk or the knights can actually survive that long in the chaos. He's looking out for his squire and his allies, but 3 days later, the capital is a total disaster zone. You can hear the screaming from miles away. It's pure bedlam. The streets are lined with the wounded from the recent sieges, and there's zero medicine left to save them. Honestly, humans are killing each other faster than the monsters are. Deep in the fray, Cedric and Lady Alara are being choked out by a cloud of lethal toxic miasma. It looks grim. How are they supposed to get out of this one? Someone wants them to break. 𝒔𝒊𝒈, that masked devil, looms over them with dark mana swirling. He sneers that their legendary relics aren't nearly enough to bring him down. According to him, the king's soldiers are cowards. They don't want a real fight. They just want to loot the battlefield and make an easy profit without breaking a sweat. This is what happens when there's no true leader. This broken world needs an emperor, a sovereign to rule the masses with an iron fist. An absolute ruler who stands above everyone else. But then, Alara suddenly shouts back, claiming that the title of strongest belongs to Julian and Julian alone. 𝒔𝒊𝒈 just laughs it off. He claims Julian is too terrified to show his face because the boy knows deep down he can't win this fight. The villain actually sounds disappointed. He'd even prepared a secret weapon specifically to crush Julian, but now he feels like he wasted his time. Suddenly, boom, crossbow bolts fly at him from the shadows. 𝒔𝒊𝒈 doesn't even flinch, using his dark powers to stop the projectiles midair like it's nothing. It's an automatic defense barrier. The guy is literally evolving and gaining new combat abilities every single second this fight drags on. This is bad. 𝒔𝒊𝒈 decides it's time to strike back. As the soldiers dive out of the way, they realize one thing: this monster has to be put down and fast. The masked man makes a twisted offer. Unlike Julian, he claims he can help them clear the kingdom's quests and share all the gold and loot they desire. All they have to do is follow his lead. Dark intentions are clearly clouding his mind as he tries to tempt them into his service. "Just accept it," he whispers. All they have to do is obey his every whim. But Sir Arthur, the kingdom's top investigator, just starts charging up his enchanted gauntlets. He lunges with everything he's got, telling the serpent to crawl back into whatever dungeon he came from. He's not buying the villain's lies for a second. 𝒔𝒊𝒈 just shields himself from the shockwave. He's already adapted to that level of force. He's completely unbothered, which is honestly terrifying to watch. Then the ground begins to heave. Cedric the spearman and Lady Alara freeze as something massive starts tunneling toward them from right beneath their feet. Suddenly, dozens of sludge serpents erupt from the earth. They coil around the heroes, trapping them inside a massive, suffocating sphere of pure poison. Luckily, Alara manages to throw up a protective barrier just in time to save herself and Sir Arthur. Talk about a close call. They almost ended up as snacks. 𝒔𝒊𝒈 just gloats. He tells them their petty magic is useless against his power. Then, he decides to play a sick game with their lives. He wants to see who will break first. He's literally waiting to hear whose scream of agony will bring him the most pleasure once the poison sets in. He's a total psychopath. He claims there's only one specific sound of despair he's looking for. With a snap, he shatters their protective barrier into 1,000 pieces. The snakes lunged. Without thinking, Sir Arthur throws himself over Lady Alara, using his own body as a human shield against the venomous fangs. Alara tries to push him away. She's a higher-level dragon knight, after all. But Arthur won't hear it. It's his duty as a protector to keep her safe. 𝒔𝒊𝒈 is just disgusted by the heroic display. But right as he's about to deliver the final blow and claim his prize, a massive gale rips through the area. The wind is so strong it literally blows the poison clouds away. The dragon knight, the spearman, and even the serpent are left standing there in total shock. A figure emerges, calmly sheathing his blade. It's Master Thorn. He looks at them and sighs, saying he expected way more from his own star student. Both heroes are stunned to see the legendary goblin swordsman standing there. They thought he was just a myth, but nope, he's very real and very annoyed. 𝒔𝒊𝒈 recognizes him immediately. He was one of the guardians from the previous pillar siege. He can't understand why this monster hasn't vanished yet. Thorn wants to give them a piece of his mind, but time is running out. Suddenly, a massive divine decree flashes in the sky, a system emergency. A thunderous rumble shakes the earth near a mountain of gold. Something is emerging from what looked like a hollowed-out shell of a great boar. A new, gilded sovereign has reached maturity and is now challenging the current leader for the top spot. The world's balance just shifted again. The mission for the capital has been completely overwritten. Now, the citizens have a choice. Which golden sovereign will they offer their treasures to? It's a literal popularity contest with gold. Whichever deity collects the most riches from the people will be crowned the absolute winner of the herd. Everyone is reading the prompt carefully. Back the winner and you'll be rewarded with insane wealth. But back the loser, you get absolutely nothing. The mob immediately starts blaming Julian for this mess. They look at the gilded sovereign of the wastes and see it has way more gold than the city's idol. Even though the other side only has one participant, their wealth is massive compared to the capital's. The citizens are starting to panic, big time. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆's thugs are whispering, convinced this is all part of Julian's master plan. But then, the masked man sees something that stops him cold. The whole city teaming up to take down one villain. Julian calls it a cliché move. He says a simpleton who relies on one relic could never win. Our boy Julian finally makes his grand entrance, dropping down from the sky on the back of a majestic griffin. He's looking absolutely legendary. The crowd starts buzzing instantly. They're saying Julian would never surrender, and honestly, with that look in his eyes, he looks more like a villain than 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆. Seeing him arrive, one man immediately suggested retreating to the capital, while another stood his ground. He argued the Viper was there, a dark vassal of the Archduke of Avarice himself. This servant, whose very presence made the desert beasts tremble, suddenly lunged at our protagonist, Arthur. He unleashed a massive, venomous serpent. Clara and Harold watched in horror as the beast lunged at their friend. The snake tried to execute the keeper of the tome for mocking him, but Arthur didn't even flinch. Unlike his panicked mount, the silver griffin suddenly snapped the serpent's projectile right out of the air. The villain froze. He couldn't believe his eyes. This creature was actually eating his lethal power. The Emperor Griffin swallowed the specialized poison bomb hole. Then, in a flash, Arthur appeared right behind him. The Viper spun around, startled. Arthur leaned in and asked if he knew why his venom was useless. But Arthur wasn't interested in explaining. He told him to find the answer alone, right before ending it. He gave the villain a sharp flick to the forehead, telling him to stop bullying the innocent. Just like that, the Viper was done. Arthur then claimed the golden idol of the wastes as his own. He declared that anyone trying to bribe his beast would answer to the Archduke of Avarice on every mission. With a mock-evil grin, he challenged the entire city to stop him before the mission ended. He took to the skies, leaving everyone stunned by his hilariously bad acting. Even 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 had to comfort him later. Sunset fell. A massive sandstorm erupted near the city as the great treasure hunt began. At the Emergency War Council, the lords debated how to gather enough riches to rival Arthur's hoard. Harold urged the citizens to unite. Sophia agreed Arthur was the enemy, but other threats loomed. The High Inspector suggested they fight back, using the same tactics from their original world, total cooperation. Harold stood tall, stating that teamwork was the only way humanity ever overcame the impossible. The goals were clear: defeat the Keeper of the Tome, finish the royal quests, and go home. Harold ignited her spear, rallying the crowd into a frenzy of determination and fire. Meanwhile, a blonde prisoner sat behind bars, an orb glowing in his hand and rage in his heart. Dawn broke over the trapped city. The Alliance released the new guidelines for the frontier. First were the monster dens. These were surface habitats for hostile beasts that didn't hide underground. They were easy to clear since you could see them coming, though the loot was usually basic. Then there were the forbidden dungeons. These were hidden realms you couldn't discover without entering. High risk, but the rewards were legendary. Entering alone was strictly forbidden. One mistake in there, and your history. The Alliance recommended hiring elite knights or seasoned guards before even thinking about stepping inside. An old steward organized the spoils as a fleet of heavy wagons began the trek back to the city. Suddenly, a swarm of flying drakes descended from the clouds, forcing the adventurers into a desperate defense. They were almost home. Reinforcements waited at the city gates to meet the winged onslaught. The archers let fly, raining arrows down to protect the cargo from the monsters. At the Royal Evaluation Center, experts tallied the haul while the king's guard kept watch. They discovered a relic, the idol of the true king, valued at a staggering 1,000 gold crowns. The hunter was ecstatic, but elsewhere, the real numbers were being crunched on a board. Arthur was still winning. His personal wealth far exceeded everything the city had gathered. They had conquered the wildlands and the canyons, but one place remained, the forbidden desert. People had avoided those sands out of terror, but now, they finally had the power to march. On a table sat a single golden hair. Seraphina was told it was a magical trace of Arthur himself. Her partner explained the truth. If Arthur had just told them about the desert deity, they would have stayed home. He chose to play the villain, the monster, just to force them to overcome their fear and take action. But the High Inspector wasn't buying it. He smashed the table, refusing to accept the boy's sacrifice. To him, the outcome didn't matter if it meant that poor young man would always be alone. Arthur might look like the villain, but his partner finally saw the truth. He was beginning to realize how the man truly thought. Arthur wasn't just chasing the win for this current mission. He was playing the long game for the entire war. The young man knew the rest of 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 had to unite. They needed to evolve, to grow, and to reach new heights. He had a grand design to lead them to the ultimate prize, pushing ordinary men to work together and hunt for rare relics. Deep in the Whispering Woods, they unearthed a massive stone tablet covered in ancient script. Lady Beatrice examined the carvings carefully. She saw a gold mine, a massive profit. More than that, she discovered a brand new way to conquer the crown's quest itself. A brutal clash erupted in the scorched wastes near the raging skyrift. It was the final day, and Inspector Sterling was desperate. He threw a heavy punch, but Arthur blocked it with zero effort. The energy from his celestial guardian exploded, a massive force of 38,500. Then, it skyrocketed to 52,800, pure raw power. But Arthur, clutching his forbidden grimoire, danced around every strike. He was untouchable. The race for the ultimate power would be over in 25 minutes. Arthur pointed at the clock. Tick-tock. The kingdom was running out of time to stop him. He called them the allied forces of 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆, mocking them. "You will have to work a lot harder than that," he stated coldly. Flashback to 4 days ago. Lady Gwen was stunned. The serpent villain she had heard of, just a 19-year-old kid named Julian. Arrogant, brash. The boy told Gwen to get lost, saying he would summon her if he needed her. This didn't sit well with the hero. Just as Julian prepared to strike, something whistled through the air, cutting him off. Gwen's spear. It was faster than his magical orb, pinning him down and proving she was in a league of her own. She had tracked him down after his own gang ratted him out. Talk about a lack of loyalty. Julian didn't even blink. He knew they would be back, licking his boots the second he taught them a lesson. That is just the essence of being human, the high schooler claimed. Gwen rolled her eyes. A total teenage edgelord. His serpent's eye was an epic artifact, no doubt. The only reason Arthur beat him was that the orb wasn't at full power yet. But once Julian reaches his peak, not even Arthur would be able to stand in his way. Gwen felt a chill. Julian actually believed he would rule the entire kingdom one day, and he wasn't entirely wrong. The wielder of the forbidden grimoire was the only one who could stop him. Gwen knew the kingdom had to be careful. They were dealing with a monster who hadn't even reached his final form yet. Over at the Vault of Valoria, a couple of hunters were swapping stories about their first terrifying crypt run. A few feet away, a guard was trying to fine a knight for walking around with a drawn blade. Lady Beatrice was losing her patience. She needed chaos to sell her secrets for a premium. That is when she hit up a contact, saved in her ledger as Miss Jackpot. That was Gwen. The The knight was worried sick about her friend, but they had business to attend to. While Gwen was distracted on the phone, Julian was quietly tweaking the settings on his power-hungry serpent's eye. Beatrice asked if Gwen knew any high rollers looking for intel. The knight had already gathered the most powerful figures in the land. Before they could start, one knight in a heavy helm spoke up. He wanted to know why a villain like Julian was sitting at their table. It was the man beside him who invited the boy. Why? Because the kid was a prodigy, pure talent. In times like these, wasting talent was a sin. He even asked Gwen to act as the boy's warden. Inspector Sterling started fuming, ready to protest, but the mood shifted instantly when a low-level merchant named Lay stepped in. Beatrice had the data. A celestial guardian could be taken down, but only before it reached maturity. Arthur was a massive obstacle, sure, but there was a window of opportunity. They just needed the right help. Julian just smirked. Like he predicted, the kingdom was already begging for his power before a deal was even on the table. Back to the present. Arthur and Cedric were perched on a roof overlooking the massive sky rift. Cedric, the swordsman, asked if the grimoire of greed needed more souls. He could see Arthur was still suffering from a demonic curse. But Arthur had a different plan. He wanted the people to find as much loot as possible. He had found a way to use the victims. This time, he was targeting the ones about to walk into death-trap crypts or touch cursed relics. He was putting specific targets into isolation for this mission. Cedric was intrigued. What was the boss up to? Then, company arrived. A heavy-hitting team was closing in fast. Sterling, the inspector, Julian, the arrogant rogue, Gwen, the spear maiden, and Beatrice's elite squad. An entire battalion of soldiers was backing them up, ready for a war. Cedric reached for his sword, but Arthur stopped him. Not yet. It wasn't the right moment for Lord Julian to step into the fray himself, so he decided to test the waters by sending his lowliest servant, a massive, winged shadow, toward the citadel of Camelot first. A towering silhouette suddenly loomed over the iron-clad transport wagons as the Imperial Griffin descended, launching a brutal ambush on the kingdom's combined strike force that left both Sir Cedric and Lady Alara reeling. The two knights gasped as a thick, poisonous mist began to swirl around them, a parting gift from the Serpent King as he commanded them to retreat. But the young Captain Silas chose to stand his ground and draw the beast's fire. This reckless move absolutely infuriated his two comrades, who didn't hesitate for a second before leaping into the air to rain down a coordinated assault on the feathered monstrosity from above. Meanwhile, the lieutenant barked out orders for the infantry units to find a defensive position and use their longbows to back up the heroes, and the soldiers didn't waste a heartbeat in executing the command. Hidden away from the chaos, the Serpent King watched in silence. He had no interest in fighting his own summon, especially since the Griffin was just a pawn and not his true target in this twisted game. He was playing the long game, determined to outsmart the shadowy figures who were trying to trick him into doing their dirty work by slaying the gilded behemoth of the Scorched Barrens. High on a ridge, the silver-haired Grandmaster Alaric observed the scene from a distance and realized that the sorcerer of the book wasn't interested in a peaceful chat or any kind of diplomatic negotiation. He signaled his elite team to begin their advance, knowing full well that the official operation to take down the gilded behemoth was nothing more than a clever ruse to keep everyone looking the wrong way. They figured they could finish the mission easily by butchering the massive desert creature later, but for now, that beast was tucked away in a place that was hopelessly out of their current reach. The real plan? Infiltrate the deep sands and plunder every bit of treasure they could find, which meant they had to deploy as many mercenaries as possible to strip the ruins bare in a single haul. They only had time for one trip, so they needed to keep the Serpent King distracted with the impossible task of hunting the desert deity, making sure he was too busy to protect the city during the heist. It would have been way too risky to leave a powerhouse like him inside a weakened city. But suddenly, the lead carriage slammed to a halt as the men stared in absolute disbelief at what lay ahead. In the dead center of the vast desert, they had stumbled upon the skeletal remains of a ruined city from the old world. its stone buildings standing like ghosts under the blazing sun. The soldiers stood in a haunting silence, and 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 began to realize the terrifying truth. Camelot wasn't the only kingdom trapped in this lethal game, and his theories were finally coming true in the worst way. This place hadn't been leveled by some rampaging monster. It had been torn apart from the inside, with the citizens turning on each other until nothing but rubble remained. Even though the streets were paved with gold and ancient treasures, the sight was grim, as it looked like the bodies had only started to rot about a year ago. It made 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 think that this ghost city must have had years to try and beat the challenge, while his own people were being forced to survive on a much tighter, more brutal deadline. But then, the man in the iron mask dropped a bombshell, theorizing that perhaps both cities started the challenge at the exact same moment, but the very flow of time moved differently for each realm. There was no way to prove something that insane, but if it were true, it meant the puppet masters behind this game had the godlike power to control time itself. Back at the battlefield, razor-sharp claws whistled through the air as 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 found himself face to beak with the Imperial Griffin, dodging a strike that could have easily ended him. The young captain didn't back down, unleashing a devastating chain of heavy-handed strikes that sent shockwaves through the beast's massive frame, causing it to screech in pure agony. Suddenly, the griffin flinched, and Lady 𝒔𝒊𝒈, who had been waiting for the perfect opening, managed to stealthily vault onto the creature's broad, feathered back with her blade drawn. "Forgive me," she whispered to the noble beast, knowing they had to win this fight at any cost, before she ignited her inner flame to incinerate the poor creature from the inside out. Watching from the side, the old veteran Jack was floored. Both 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 and 𝒔𝒊𝒈 were wielding legendary tier relics that gave them massive stat boosts and the kind of firepower usually reserved for gods. It explained why they had been such a powerhouse duo from the start, but there was a catch. Their attack range was so massive that they were a literal danger to anyone standing too close. This was exactly why Lord Julian was forcing them to work together. He wanted them to learn how to master that overwhelming power instead of just swinging it around blindly. But learning that kind of control was only going to happen if they trained alongside a squad of seasoned veterans who actually knew how to move as one unit on a chaotic battlefield. With one final burst of energy, the griffin finally slumped to the ground, defeated, and the knights took a breath, only to freeze when they felt a massive presence shifting right behind them. It was Julian, effortlessly hoisting the giant carcass over his shoulder, while casually praising the two of them for managing to survive the first stage of his little test. 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 had reached his limit with the games and demanded that this whole circus end, shouting that he hadn't come all this way just to butcher some desert monster for sport. Julian paused, genuinely caught off guard when the knight claimed he had actually come out here to rescue the sorcerer and bring him back home safely. Seeing 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 actually fighting to get him back to the city brought a rare, genuine smile to the protagonist's face, though he wasn't about to make things easy just yet. Julian taunted 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈, challenging the knight to try and put him under arrest before he took to the skies, leaving the captain and 𝒔𝒊𝒈 standing alone in the settling dust. Suddenly, 𝒔𝒊𝒈's instincts screamed. She threw herself in front of 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 just in time to catch a massive, bone-shattering blow that had been aimed straight at his head. She managed to repel the heavy attack, saving her allies from certain death, while Grandmaster Jack chuckled, noting that his star student was the only one quick enough to parry his strike. The old master realized he'd have to dial it back a bit. If he didn't start restraining his own insane strength, he was going to accidentally kill one of his own pupils before the day was out. The lieutenant's heart sank as he recognized the newcomer. This was the legendary Goblin Blade Lord, the strongest of the 3 pillar guardians they had faced in the last war. Back then, it took hundreds of soldiers and hours of bloodshed just to take down a weakened version of a pillar, and now they were facing one at full power with a tiny unit. He looked around nervously, wondering if they stood any chance at all now that the Serpent King had vanished and left them alone with a literal god of the sword. Meanwhile, deep within the hidden canyons at the Griffin's Nest, Julian was gently tending to his wounded servant, telling the beast it had done well and deserved a long rest. He felt a pang of guilt for using the creature, which possessed incredible regenerative powers, as a simple pawn in his game, so he decided to make things right with a gift. Reaching into his robes, the book wielder pulled out a legendary weather orb, a one-time use artifact capable of bending the very elements within a small area to the user's will. Julian summoned a perpetual, raging thunderstorm to mask the griffin's nest from prying eyes, ensuring his pet would stay safe until this nightmare mission finally reached its end. With that done, he shot back toward the main group at a speed that blurred the world around him, his mind still racing over the surprisingly kind words of the Citadel's strongest knight. They came to face him head-on, but his true intentions caught them completely off guard. Arthur could predict every physical move, but reading a man's heart, that was a different story entirely. Thick black smoke began to choke the sky. Only Cedric and Alina still stood firm against the legendary blade of the Night Master, Alistair. The commander searched for a weakness, but Alistair looked like a god of war, absolutely untouchable. Desperate, Alina begged her master to grant them passage. But Alistair didn't want words. He wanted blood. Earn your path, he told them, not with a conversation but with a fight. The lieutenant, miraculously still breathing, shouted for a retreat. They still had a narrow window of time, and they needed to use every second to strategize. Since the legendary knight only struck back when provoked, they had a moment. Alistair watched from the ruins of a broken spire as Arthur finally arrived. The Night Master stated that Baron Thorn had at least died with dignity. Meanwhile, inside the war tent, the trio began analyzing their next move. Strategy. That's the difference between a victor and a corpse, because in this world, raw strength alone just isn't enough to thrive. Arthur wanted to use this mission as a baptism by fire, to make them veterans of the abyss. Survival is about learning how to beat the impossible. He knew diverse factions had to bleed together. You can't have one single noble house rising to grab all the power. That's how empires crumble from within. Then there was 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆, the serpent. Arthur decided to keep an eye on him for now. After all, he was just a boy trying to play at being a man. Someone remarked that the great tempest in front of them made their finest knights look like ants. The plan: eliminate the sun's sovereign of the desert. While the others distracted its guardian, they would slip through the storm. Back in the capital, the High Chancellor was reeling from the results. "How did you figure it out?" he asked. The answer was simple. Arthur never follows the mission rules. He bends them to maximize his own profit. It made the Chancellor wonder, what would Arthur do in their shoes? That's when he realized how to inflate a treasure's value before the final trade. With that, the city had to amass greater wealth than the desert deity itself, or pray that the elite units could kill it first. It left the man wondering which path Arthur had truly chosen for Avalon's victory. Meanwhile, the logistics of the treasures were moving like clockwork. Everything was proceeding with absolute precision, but on the outskirts, a soldier and a guard were watching the horizon with growing dread. The storm was slowing down the supply trucks, and their equipment was failing. But the Chancellor stepped in and resolved the crisis instantly. They scrambled to execute their orders, stunned to find themselves calling him boss without a second thought. Proper respect, important here. Alina asked Cedric about his partner. She assumed he must be a powerhouse if he was left to lead the citizens alone, which Cedric confirmed. But Dusk wasn't just strong, he was resourceful. If he were a real threat, Cedric would never have left him unsupervised in this chaos. "No other choice," he muttered, swallowing his meal in one massive gulp. Alina could only stare in pure shock at his intensity. Deep in the wastes, 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 was going all out, and he was still getting absolutely crushed. The power gap was just too wide. He was vanquished, launched into the distance by the weight of the enormous sandstorm. The boy was lost. Why wasn't his catalyst shard leveling up? Arthur watched through his ledger. He saw 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 wasting the opportunity he'd been given to master that ancient power. To grow, you need to fight something that scares you, something stronger, every single time. 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 had been hiding, using his poison on weaklings and mere humans. Against elite monsters, it was completely useless. Arthur decided not to tell him that he would have progressed further if he'd fought alongside the city's true heroes. For now, though, this immature serpent was exactly the kind of pawn the protagonist needed for the moves ahead. Suddenly, a blur of motion. It was 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 landing on a rooftop, but then the entire structure exploded beneath his feet. "Green light!" the commander roared. The detective poured every ounce of his power into a single, devastating punch. With the Night Master blinded, the soldiers were free to let the bullets rain down. They had to dive for cover as the missile entered the fray. It streaked into the eye of the tornado, resulting in a massive explosion that shook the earth. One soldier started to cheer early. "Shut it," his comrade snapped. "You never celebrate until the body is cold. It brings nothing but misfortune." When the dust settled, Alina was standing in the rubble. Her master had used her as a shield, claiming that attack couldn't pierce his barrier. The lieutenant realized they needed even more power, but 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 was actually impressed. He decided to let them pass. "You've learned how to fight in this world," he stated. He then turned to his disciple with a rare moment of instruction. "Teamwork," 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 said. "That is one of the many ways to become truly powerful." The lieutenant was still in awe. It felt like those two were living in a story of their own. The master simply stated he expected even more from his student next time. With that, the allied forces of the city continued on their way. 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 walked away, a ghost of a smile on his face. The man in the glasses wondered, was that a test or a training session? What would have happened if they hadn't pleased him? He didn't want to know. "Stay vigilant," he ordered his troops. The master of the book was already expecting them. The forces debated how to pierce the great tempest, but the detective seemed to have a spark of an idea. In that moment, he prepared to push himself to his absolute limits. It was time to try something insane. 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 carves a path straight through a massive cyclone with one strike, leaving everyone speechless. But then, the shock really sets in. A voice rings out, "Those gauntlets aren't magical. That raw power, it belongs to Sir Percival alone." 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 finally shows him some respect. Lady Alara finds the knight, but before they can even exchange words, poof, both she and Percival vanish into thin air. It's 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈's move. He just burned his rare Arcanist way runes to signal the start of the grand finale. These runes are no joke. He can forcibly teleport anyone to a specific location, but there's a catch. The target can't be stronger than the user. Alara and Baron Bjorn think they're safe and far away, until a shadow looms behind them. It's 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆, the Viper. He's actually impressed they survived their encounter with the Griffin. They stare him down in dead silence, but the Viper notices something off. These two, they've changed completely in just 24 hours. Alara demands to know if 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 sent him here too, but 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 just laughs. He claims he simply woke up in this spot. Now he's wondering if 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 is actually scared. Does he think they'll slay his gilded behemoth? But our protagonist has other ideas. "The final showdown has to be in a special arena," 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 claims. The Viper just starts mocking his grand vision. 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 dodges the strike effortlessly. He's surprised the villain knows so much, but 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 has been extracting info from everyone he torments. The more he breaks his targets, the more they embrace their roles until they perform them perfectly. The Viper remembers every detail. Now 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 is certain the Viper is the ultimate antagonist. Meanwhile, the Royal Guard is falling apart. Comms are dead and ammo is dry. They managed to get the refugees out of the ruined city, but it's still a gamble. Will the citizens earn enough merit points in time? No one knows. They have to stick to the plan, find the Dragon Knight. 2 days left on the clock. No time for new strategies. It's do or die with the current plan. Lady Alara and 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 clash with explosive force. She tries to negotiate, but the protagonist isn't interested in talk. "Your pride will be your downfall," 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 warns, "just like every other villain I've put down." 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 sneers, claiming anyone here could slay the deity in one hit, since it has zero defense. With an evil laugh, he decides to let the first hero strike him. Then he'll kill the behemoth himself. He's trying to be all dramatic and moody, but Bjorn and Alara are just cringing at his terrible acting. The boy knows the mission, sure, but his bloodlust, that's not going to be satisfied by just one strike. He lunges. Poison blades fly at Alistair from every single direction in a blur of steel. Alistair bats away the venom, and wham! A solid crack right to the Viper's forehead. Down goes the Viper again. Same spot, second time. Alistair turns to the others. What's the next move? No room for debate. Even though they hate the Viper, the Bear and the Dragon Knight decide to face the wielder of the grimoire. The supply wagons are loaded to the brim. The captain tells the adventurers the horses are full, there's no more room. He orders the elders and the non-combatants back to the safety of the castle. The rest of the team, they're hauling the loot on foot. They'll drop the treasure and double back to save time. The captain takes one last look at the smoking capital. He gazes at the ruins of Oakhaven and offers a silent salute to every fallen citizen. Back at the fight, Alistair dances through Alara's flames. Bjorn tries a sneak attack, but the anti-hero simply vanishes. I'm way stronger than my monster pet, he reminds them. You guys need to do a lot better than that. He isn't even taking them seriously, using his enchanted boots to stay totally unpredictable. Meanwhile, Lady Kaelin is distracted. Commander Cedric is screaming in her earpiece. She snaps back to reality, apologizing for being too busy to answer. The lieutenant lets it slide. They finally found them. But suddenly, the signal cuts to pure static. The call is dead. Kaelin tries to dial back, but a cryptic message pops up on her screen. It's from the man in the iron mask. Just listen, he says. Cedric wants to discuss Alistair's speech about the gilded behemoth. Those words were actually clues to finishing the quest. It means they're all just victims of the Lord of Avarice. Kaelin is confused, but Cedric is only interested in one thing, a full report of the carnage on the battlefield. He's writing everything down. Buy me some time, Cedric says before hanging up to draft a strategy. Kaelin is already sweating. How is she supposed to keep up with him? She stops thinking and just dives back into the fight. Sunset hits. The Viper finally wakes up, only to find his entire squad knocked out cold. He just laughs. It was so predictable, wasn't it? He stands up, ready to hunt Alistair one more time. But Alistair is already waiting. That weapon, he says, it's been abandoned by a soul too hungry for power. It was a double-edged sword. The power boost was massive, but one reckless slip would leave the user's soul corrupted forever. The young squire tried to warn him, but the Viper Knight wasn't listening. He lunged at our rogue hero with lethal intent. The villain didn't care about the trap. He only wanted a total win. Meanwhile, someone was desperately trying to reach Lady Alara as the commander finalized his master plan. By nightfall, the Citadel's divine boar had amassed a staggering fortune of 16 million gold crowns. It had been a brutal night for the weary travelers trekking back from the scorched barrens on foot, but finally, a new dawn broke over the horizon. The sage finally arrived to collect them, and with that, the Citadel's coffers swelled to nearly 27 million in silver treasure. With over 116,040 warriors in the fray, the great hunt reached its final day. The Desert King had hoarded a massive 38,500 crowns, 52,800. As the mission neared its end, Arthur received an urgent scroll with only 21 minutes left on the clock. He signaled Lady Alara to get into position immediately. This was the final play. Lord Julian narrowly dodged a rising cyclone, but the investigator wasn't finished with him yet. It was getting harder for the scholar mage to keep evading their strikes as that agonizing pain came screaming back. Our hero was losing his grip on his own magic, and seeing the opening, the Viper Knight moved in for the kill. But he froze in shock as the investigator suddenly bolted from the field, and he was even more stunned when the commander gave the signal. A massive stone guardian crashed down right in front of him. "Hold on tight," the soldier shouted. "We're getting out of here right now." The dazed squire scrambled toward them, just as a toxic claw of venomous energy swiped at their escaping vessel. The strike narrowly missed the hull. The archer looked back to see if Julian was still following, but Arthur told him to keep his eyes on the path ahead. They were running out of time, only 15 minutes left. Julian's blade cut through the storm like it was nothing. He was ready to hunt them down, but Lady Alara stood her ground, chugging vitality elixirs just to keep herself standing in his way. She wasn't moving. She reminded Julian of the secret he'd shared about the dragon's fang. It was true she could finally ignite its flame. But there was a catch. Alara stated she had to plunge the fang into her own chest while at peak strength to trigger the transformation. Julian tried to warn her. She was missing the most vital condition, and the recoil would absolutely destroy her. Alara didn't care. She was ready to strike. Unleashing this power now meant certain death. That spear was a relic, containing the soul of the Fire King, allowing her to channel godlike heat and summon the sun dragon's breath. But this prominence could only be invoked at dawn or dusk. Julian realized she knew the risks, yet she stayed firm. This was the commander's plan, she revealed. The commander knew they couldn't predict Julian's genius, but he wasn't untouchable. His very soul gave his strategy away. With that, Julian finally admitted defeat. He could have pursued them, but it wasn't necessary anymore. He had already gotten what he wanted. 7 minutes remained, and they were finally gearing up to face the enemy head-on. Arthur was pushing their vessel to an incredible speed once again, fighting against the tide. He manipulated the currents to tear a hole in the storm, but Arthur's heart stopped when the Viper Knight emerged from the shadows. He was laughing like a complete madman. His venomous reach nearly crushed the guards in his path. The villain had one goal. He wanted to seize the desert's sacred boar for himself. "Stop struggling," he snarled, trying to subdue the divine beast. He ripped the gilded sovereign right out of the cyclone's heart. Sir William and his marksmen opened fire all at once. At that same moment, the smiths finished their work. The enchanted plate armor was finally ready for the great boar. Less than 5 minutes left. The commander tossed a blast vial, scorching the Desert King even further. Meanwhile, the Citadel's divine boar rejected a poorly crafted shield, but a young apprentice was busy at his forge. He finished his masterpiece. At first, he thought it looked like junk, but then, it started to glow with a brilliant holy light. His eyes lit up. Only 1 minute and 35 seconds to go. Julian turned to his ally with a chilling request. He predicted that the citizens would soon turn on each other and plunge the city into chaos. After all, that's just human nature. This horrified Alara. Time was almost gone. Everyone was pushing their limits when something began to happen to the divine boar. 4 seconds left. Alara watched the people work with a sense of awe. As the clock hit 2 seconds, the giant beast looked ready to explode. But then the pressure vanished. The race was over. The mission was finally complete. The Citadel's gilded sovereign had won. The Viper Knight cackled over the body of his fallen foe, certain of his triumph. He waited for his power to surge, but shock hit him like a physical blow. The Lord of Avarice had stolen every single one of his points. Everyone outside the walls was whisked back by magic. Arthur and William shared a nod. They definitely earned a drink together. As they vanished back to the Citadel, a final proclamation echoed. The citizens' rewards were now doubled. Arthur touched down in the capital, totally disoriented and scanning the crowd for his friends. Meanwhile, the trial rankings dropped, and Lord Gareth snagged the bronze with 33,044 points. He was trailing just behind Lady Gwendolyn, who managed 45,046, but the top spot, that belonged to none other than old Baron William, who crushed it with 324,032 points. The townspeople went wild, hoisting the old man into the air in pure celebration. The humble Baron insisted that Lady Helen and her elite Radiant Knights deserved all the glory. Still, he wasn't about to pass up a chance to party. He invited every soul in the city to a massive feast on his own coin, earning him a deafening roar of approval. As the sun shone on the jubilant city, Commander Alistair received an urgent scroll. It was official. Every member of the expedition had been granted a legendary bounty for their bravery in the field. They were awarded the divine 12-sided fate dice for slaying the dark god, a relic that drastically boosted their luck in finding legendary heroic gear. William found the Divine One's gifts incredibly generous, even if their final haul was still ultimately left in the hands of Lady Luck. But the blessings didn't stop there. The Golden Fortune Beast blessed the entire kingdom, granting everyone a 10% experience boost until the next quest began. With a final nod, the divine entity vanished, leaving the city in high spirits. They had exactly 1 day of peace before the next trial. And Arthur was more than happy with how things turned out. Our hero had successfully thwarted the avatar of avarice's deadly decree. Even after his health had plummeted to a measly 1/10, Sir Julian pointed out that the city still viewed them as outcasts, but Arthur just shook his head. Sir Julian let out a quiet scoff as his master boldly declared himself the kingdom's ultimate disaster. Arthur, however, was just genuinely glad that the people had stepped up and conquered this nightmare on their own. It would take a hell of a lot more than a simple crisis to break the city's spirit now. But as Sir Julian tried to credit Arthur for guiding them to this victory, he noticed the young lord was already miles away, lost deep in his own thoughts. The capital had finally secured all the points it needed. With morale at an all-time high, the legend of the Eighth Duchy was about to truly begin. During the short reprieve, a massive crowd gathered. Everyone was desperate to swear fealty to Lord William, the top-ranked knight. But the old warrior remained humble, insisting the real savior was Lady Helen and her company. He was left utterly baffled, though, when 2 blushing knights practically begged to serve under her instead. To the people, Lady Helen, the spear maiden, was the angel of the eternal flame, their shining protector. She had fought for them even after suffering the Greed Lord's curse, making her the most beloved warrior in the entire realm. Those men were absolutely obsessed with joining the Dragon Knights ranks. Helen just watched the spectacle in silence, her mind racing. Remembering Arthur's words, he needed her to be a glimmer of hope in the dark days ahead, a beacon for the kingdom when things got ugly. It was time to step up. Helen finally approached the cheering masses, modestly denying that she was the legendary hero they claimed she was. But then she surprised everyone by inviting them to fight by her side. She was forming a guild. Now, historically, guilds were just groups of merchants or craftsmen from the old world. But in this new reality, a guild meant a brotherhood of warriors bound by a single, common goal. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 likened the idea to a high society social club, and Sir Duncan agreed, noting that guilds could take many different forms. Squire Simon asked if the magical system even allowed such a thing. Turns out, the option had always been there, buried in the menus. But nobody could afford the staggering price of 100,000 points. Until now. Suddenly, 3 official guilds were chartered, along with a few unofficial ones lurking in the shadows. The most prestigious group, dedicated solely to protecting the kingdom, was the Order of the Red Blossom. Helen took the lead as Grandmaster, with old William serving as her trusted deputy. The recruits originally wanted to call it Helen's Heroes, but she was so mortified by the name that they settled on her favorite flower instead. Since 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 fully trusted the Angel of Flames, he wasn't worried about her knights causing trouble. Then there was the Second Guild. Built on the military discipline of Lord Commander Richard and the tactical brilliance of Alistair, they were the Iron Legion, the official guardians of the Eighth Duchy. Everyone knew those 2 commanders would settle for nothing less than absolute perfection for their squad. But the Third Guild, that's where things got sketchy. The inspector was horrified to hear about the rise of the Viper Order, also known as the Kingdom Guild. Lord Alaric, the man who used an orb of desires to slay the Great Serpent, had attracted a following of the most cutthroat criminals and greedy mercenaries around. Their goal was simple: seize control of the capital once the ultimate enemy was dead. Lady Serena warned that they needed to act fast and grow their own strength if they wanted to stop that arrogant snake. He was hiding in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to assassinate the keeper of the Holy Book. Unfortunately, the Royal Guard couldn't even form their own guild yet. They were too busy hunting down outlaws and keeping the streets safe. If things didn't change, the law would become completely obsolete. Serena stared out the window, asking Duncan if this was really his best solution to their problems. But then a massive roar of voices answered her. A whole crowd of men stood there, shouting their desire to serve under Duncan and join the royal guard. This caught the inspector completely off guard. What exactly had his partner been up to while he was stranded in the desert? Duncan calmly explained he wasn't building an army for a coup, much to Serena's relief. She thanked him for finally gathering all his loyalists in one spot. But the air was still thick with tension. The fox and the bear were at it again, staring each other down until a frantic guard interrupted them. He was out of breath, stammering about something bizarre they'd spotted while tracking the city's most wanted criminals. Commander 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 took a long, hard look at the recent victims of the Lord of Avarice, and the patterns were clear. Every single one of them was a registered criminal back in the old world. It clicked right then. No wonder the Viper was the only rogue brave enough to skulk around the city streets anymore. The commander let out a bitter sigh, mocking just how pathetic the city watch had become, which sent his partner into a total fit of rage. Finally, the man snapped and agreed to hire Julian's band of followers, though he stormed out while throwing a middle finger, insisting the new recruits stick to strict military protocol. But the Viper wasn't the only shadow keeping people awake at night. This required a masterstroke of strategy, the kind of long game only a fox could play, and suddenly the sky was filled with fluttering parchment. They were recruitment flyers, calling the brave to join the newly formed Royal Guard and return to the service. Julian was baffled when no one showed up to join the order, but his aide pointed out the obvious. The word re-enlist is enough to give any commoner nightmares. On the bright side, it meant the few who actually applied were the real deal, serious warriors only. Still, the lieutenant had some grim news for the top brass. The fortress was running dry on mana fuel and arrows, and the grain stores were nearly empty. Even with the lights on, they were looking at a total collapse of technology, forced to scavenge for scraps just to survive the coming winter. Surprisingly, the citizens weren't complaining, not with their spirits higher than they'd been in years. That's when the commander slammed a heavy set of archives onto the table, the ultimate asset. These were the lost records of the sunken realm of 𝒔𝒄𝒆, a desert kingdom that went extinct ages ago, but left behind detailed summaries of their greatest exploits. By fusing that ancient knowledge with the raw power of Ironport, a new war manual was finally going to see the light of day. Meanwhile, Julian was off lost in his own head until a voice cut through his thoughts, telling him he looked far too happy for his own good. He jumped when he realized Lady Alara was sitting right there, munching on sweets and bragging that his recent stunts had earned her a massive pile of points. She leaned in, asking if he was planning to start his own great house, but he shot that idea down fast. Every member would just end up as another sacrifice for the Lord of Avarice. Alara didn't flinch. She leaned even closer, making him promise to make her his very first recruit if he ever changed his mind, leaving the kingdom's most dangerous man actually feeling intimidated for once. She wasn't playing around. She straight up offered to become a victim of the Greed Lord herself just to help him out. Before Julian could even process that, she leaped off the massive spire, leaving nothing behind but a half-eaten bag of sweets. Truly a strange one. Julian realized he had to act, the Demon Lord's constant interference, and these victims were becoming a massive headache for his mission. He decided to challenge Malphaz directly, making the journey easier for the peasants while starving the god of his rewards. By betting on a losing deity, Julian ensured the Greed Lord didn't get a single point of tribute. It was a bold warning. Stay out of my way or the well runs dry. He planned to keep the pressure on until the entity finally broke its silence, and he could feel a response coming any second now. Given his title, the Sovereign of Avarice knew exactly that Julian was the only one who could give him what he truly craved. Suddenly, white, Julian was standing in a vast, empty void, face to face with a mysterious figure surrounded by swirling, magical grimoires. He recognized him instantly as the demon lord of greed and charged with his steel drawn. But in a blink, he was suddenly stuck in a chair, and the entity was standing behind him like a polite servant with a plate of fresh fruit. Julian lunged again, but the world flickered and he was back in the seat, now dressed in fine, noble silks. Just like that, he was trapped in a surreal tea party with 𝒔𝒊𝒆 himself. This felt different from the other lords. For the first time in his life, Julian felt completely and utterly powerless against the sovereign of ultimate greed. The entity just sipped his tea in silence. Julian forced himself to stay calm. There was no bloodlust here, so he tried to open a dialogue. But when he opened his mouth, nothing came out. His voice was gone, and 𝒔𝒊𝒆 simply noted that curiosity had finally made him answer the call. The Lord of Avarice gave him a brutal choice: become someone crucial to his plans, or remain just another interesting toy. Julian couldn't help but crack a smug grin. He knew then that the demon actually needed him for something. 𝒔𝒊𝒆 didn't like the attitude, warning him not to get cocky since he could find a new tool in a heartbeat, though Julian couldn't say the same for himself. It was clear the demon was reading his every thought. Now he stood at a crossroads: remain a curiosity or step onto a much darker, more promising path. Two identical books appeared, waiting to transform based on his decision. But Julian only cared about one thing: would this end the cycle of victims and punishment? 𝒔𝒊𝒆 didn't give a straight answer, only affirming that the role was crucial, and doubting whether Julian even had what it takes to survive the task. Silence hung heavy in the void as Julian weighed his next move. Alistair felt the crushing weight of those demands, but honestly, that pressure was exactly why he'd piqued Lord 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆's curiosity from the very start. The cost was steep, but the payoff, priceless. By accepting this new quest, Alistair finally had a chance to rewrite the fate of every fallen kingdom in the land. Even the rogue knight was stunned. 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 had already hit level 3. It had leaped 2 entire tiers the moment the people started spending their hard-earned tributes. The architect was busy picking a prize, while the city walls mended themselves. Isabella realized then that the overseer had powers far beyond a simple roll of the cosmic dice. This celestial being had stayed silent until now, but the sudden fall of Oakhaven proved that even the mightiest architect could be toppled. It meant the master of 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 wasn't just being lazy. Maybe he just didn't care about the city at all, or simply lacked the heart to lead. The architect chose to summon a new defender, a guardian sentinel whose armor and face were forged by pure, random chance. A warning went out to the townsfolk: stay sharp. If anyone dared to strike this new ally, it would treat them as a mortal enemy and end them where they stood. Its power levels were through the roof. Those who were first charmed by her beauty soon turned and fled in pure, unadulterated terror once they saw her true strength. She was like a village guard on steroids. Clearly, the architect was finally stepping up his game, or maybe he just decided to start playing for real. A chime rang out. After a deep scan, it turned out that the sentinel, Alina, was a flawless unit, though the risk of a system glitch still loomed over her. Alistair had to pick one of 3 paths. He chose the deep, invasive scan, even though it could literally tear Alina's life apart. Finally, the architect made his move. The world blurred, and Alistair was plunged into a dark, dreamless sleep. He wondered, when 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 called them units, was he talking about entire kingdoms? The Abyssal Lord nodded. Alistair realized he could speak again, totally unexpected, since the book's owner usually controlled every single rule of the game. Lord 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 was leagues ahead of the other Abyssal Lords. This was it. Now, the choice belonged to Alistair alone. Alistair wanted to know the real reason 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 had been summoned, but the entity just shook his head, claiming no one had actually called him forth. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 spat out his true goal. He wanted to strip the architect of everything he owned, down to his very last breath. Alistair finally saw just how much the demon loathed those gods. Time to choose. Alistair remembered how other demons worshipped the architects like deities, acting as mere pawns just to finish a quest. He reached out and gripped one of the two ancient tomes. A dark smirk spread across 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆's face as his form began to fade into the mist. "My chosen one," he whispered. "You picked the only path that mattered, the obvious one." But there was a catch. Alistair would forget everything. This meeting had to stay a secret for now, leaving the man feeling hollow and completely unsatisfied. 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 insisted things stay as they were, at least for a little while longer. Then, Alistair began to plummet through the darkness. He jolted awake. Just a dream. He sighed, frustrated that the Abyssal Lord seemingly hadn't answered his call at all. But 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆's voice echoed one last time. The book would lead the way. As he spoke, the sun began to dip below the city walls, casting long shadows. Footsteps hammered against the cobblestones. Isabella was sprinting through the alleys, looking like a woman in a serious hurry. She glanced back, hoping she'd lost her pursuers. Then, bam, a hand slammed against the stone wall right next to her head, pinning her in place. A voice dripping with affection filled the air. Seraphina of the Blazing Spear had hunted her down just to drag her into a guild. Isabella snapped. She told the Angel of Flame to grow up. She was a lone wolf, an adventurer who worked solo, and she wasn't changing for anyone. Seraphina, her red hair practically glowing, lunged at her friend. "You're like a grumpy little kitten," she teased, "and I'm keeping you right by my side." She wouldn't take no for an answer. Meanwhile, the city's garrison was out in the courtyard, drilling hard for the coming war. They had to use the restoration ritual. It cost 10 tributes and took 30 minutes, but it was essential for anyone who wasn't already bleeding out. They did it for each other, pushing through the exhaustion to get their strength back. It didn't just heal the body, it made them feel like they'd had a full night of perfect sleep. Peak performance every single time. This one trick boosted the city's work ethic through the roof. Now, people could work a full 24 hours without ever slowing down or getting tired. Alistair was back at it, sparring with Sir Julian. The master swordsman didn't miss a single flaw, constantly correcting Alistair's stance. Elsewhere, the great serpent demanded a bloodbath to keep him entertained. After all, 10 tributes would fix any servants who survived the riot. A promise was made. The strongest survivor would become his second-in-command. This sleep-replacing ritual was going to be the only way to survive the horrors of the next mission. The architect shook the dice once more. A new turn arrived. They landed on a 4. 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 was now positioned at the Great Watchtower Square. This was a joint mission. Seraphina figured it meant the people would finally have to work together. Suddenly, Alistair's book began to vibrate with a strange, eerie light. The system was searching for a partner. It was going to pull in 1, 2, or maybe 3 other kingdoms that had landed on the same spot. Then, out of thin air, the citadel of iron materialized. Isabella realized that this city and its survivors had been dragged into the nightmare just like them. Gwendolyn realizes the grim truth. This entire city must have been pulled into this twisted, nightmare realm. The Dominion of Ironsheld didn't look like a realm for mortals at all. Their people, they looked like they'd clawed their way back from hell itself. A dark night for this twisted divine game. 𝒉𝒄𝒄 and Ironsheld were finally standing face to face, predator and prey. The terrain groaned and shifted as the two kingdoms were linked. The battlefield was eerie and empty, save for a massive spire rising in the center. The stakes for this siege, all down to the fates. The difficulty was decided by the combined total of the celestial dice rolls. The spire's rank was set to 11. Suddenly, the earth trembled as something massive ascended from beneath the central battery. A great siege tower was now active, locking onto the cities. Survival was the only goal, outlast the clock or be crushed by the spire. 11 floors to conquer, each one more lethal than the last. As for the duration, one more roll of the dice and the sentence was passed, 1 full week of slaughter. Then, the spire's gears began to turn. The massive cannons locked on and unleashed hell the second the mission started. Iron rain began to fall on 𝒉𝒂𝒄𝒄. Lady Alara and Sir Cedric rushed out to intercept the gargantuan projectiles. The spear maiden struck first. But it was useless. The shells were practically indestructible. Even 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆's scorched earth magic couldn't leave a single dent. Cedric shouted a warning. If they couldn't break them, they had to parry them. Redirect the impact or the city was finished. Boom, the impact was devastating. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 worried for the walls, but Cedric insisted that the lives of the peasants mattered more. But a cold voice cut through the chaos. Dusk disagreed. The mission was to save the city's stones, not the people living inside them. 10% of 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆's health vanished in an instant. Alistair realized they'd lose everything if the kingdom was razed to the ground. The master of the archive decided to wait. He needed to analyze the true strength of 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 before making his move. Their people started chanting, a low, rhythmic mumble. It was chilling. They were worshipping their player like a living god. The citizens of 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 begged their deity for protection. What happened next made Alistair's blood run cold. An ancient spell, Iron Shroud, erupted, forming a massive shield that kept 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆's health bar nearly perfect. The cardinal recognized that power. It was documented in the forbidden archives of fallen empires. It was a brutal reminder. Dice or cards, the players manipulate the world as they please, while we're just pawns on their board. High atop the spire, the ultimate weapon began to rotate. The great cannon locked onto 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆. It would take 1 hour to charge that final, kingdom-ending blow. With the smaller guns cooling down, 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆's vanguard pushed toward the tower. But shadows moved in the mist. Smaller defensive turrets sprouted from the dirt like jagged teeth. Faster, accelerate, the riders screamed, desperate to weave through the incoming fire. 2 carriages were blown to splinters. 1 man was badly wounded, yet he gripped his sword, refusing to fall. "Go, we'll hold them here," the soldiers roared. Commander Thorn ordered them to survive, no matter the cost. Thorn finally saw the truth. The map was alive. It could shape-shift and spawn monsters to defend the spire at will. The driver wondered why the Angel of Flame wasn't with them, but Thorn shut him down immediately. Leaving 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 on the front lines would leave the city's throat exposed. She and the detective had to guard the inner walls. They needed intel on that spire to survive. Thorn suggested they join forces with 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆, but then he saw him. 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆, the serpent, was literally flipping him off from the window of a speeding carriage. The villain was perched atop a crimson-red sports carriage, laughing about making a killer first impression. The Serpent's Guild charged headfirst into the traps. The masked maniac didn't even flinch. He unleashed his venom, melting the defensive towers into puddles of slag in seconds. Thorn watched the young lunatic cackling as he tore through the defenses. He just hoped that arrogance wouldn't spark a second war. 47 minutes and 30 seconds remained. The clock was ticking toward 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆's total annihilation. Another volley of shells launched into the sky. Every cannon on that tower had its own rhythm, its own deadly cooldown. The Royal Guild had already breached the tower's base when a voice caught the soldiers off guard from behind. The stranger scoffed, calling 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 a first-era settlement based on their primitive clothes. Thorn's interest was piqued. It was a level 62 elite, Lord Roble von Lexus, the head of a noble house, summoned by the divine. To save his realm, he offered Thorn a formal alliance. But before shaking hands with this medieval lord, Thorn had to be clear. He represented the Iron Vanguard, not the crown. The knight paused. It was clear 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 was even more disorganized and primitive than he had first assumed. Julian wanted his people unified, just like his old kingdom before the fall. To make it happen, he decided to reset the terms of their brotherhood. After sending a messenger back to the capital, Sir Robert proposed a legendary non-aggression pact between the 2 strongholds. The rules were simple: no violence. If someone broke the peace, the victim got to choose the punishment. Yeah, that basically meant a license to kill in self-defense. Robert made it clear, this wasn't about power, it was about survival. He was just trying to shield his city from the coming storm. As a peace offering, he handed over a secret manual for clearing the main quest. Pure goodwill. Robert revealed that the Iron Spire was their first victory. This proved a massive secret. A single city could actually grind the same zone multiple times. With a silent nod, he signaled his knights to move. Commander William thanked the knight for the tip. In return, he offered intel on who to trust and which highborn nobles were going to be a problem. Robert was vibing with this first meeting. Same time tomorrow, he suggested, already planning the next move for their alliance. The commander was low-key confused. Why wasn't this knight scouting the spire? But Robert knew the truth. You can't just kick the door down. Brute force? Forget about it. The entrance was sealed tight by an ancient ritual that no amount of muscle could break. That locked door was driving the serpent crazy. They needed to prep, especially since the men from the 8th stronghold didn't have the spirit's protection. Julian was stunned to find out the 17th stronghold had been in the game for 150 years. Talk about a legacy. Jack watched from the shadows. Julian was acting distant, playing hard to get while the forbidden power of the book began to hum. Then it happened. The book's power surged. Julian smiled. His task, offer a relic from this world to save 100 souls from the Lord of Greed. A weird side quest, right? Julian wasn't feeling the reward, but this wasn't just any job. It was a personal hit from the Archduke himself. Julian figured Archduke 𝒔𝒊𝒆, who everyone thought was a literal nightmare, was actually planning to meet him face to face. Suddenly, Julian slapped his own face. Focus. The road ahead was going to be brutal, but he was hyped that the Dark Lord finally answered his call. He was going to finish this. Julian knew he'd corner the Archduke one day, either by playing the game or by forcing him into the light. Back in the city, panic was hitting the fan. The citizens watched their biggest threat roaming the streets. Everyone was on high alert. Then, the constructs started acting glitchy. They were scanning Julian, performing some kind of invasive deep dive analysis. Time's up. The great cannon roared to life. Lady Catherine didn't hesitate. She jumped headfirst into the line of fire to tank the blast. The Angel of Flames clashed with a massive, glowing iron shell. She remembered her master's words, "Stay humble with your magic." But humility wasn't going to save the city today. Catherine unleashed everything she had, but even then, she was being pushed to the brink. She was fading fast. That's when Julian stepped up. He drew the God-Piercer, a legendary thrown weapon said to have blinded a deity. He only had 10 shots for the whole mission. But here, the trick. The fewer shots you use, the more devastating the impact becomes. Julian didn't hold back. He bet everything on a single throw, pouring all 10 charges into one strike to shatter that giant cannonball. The iron shell started to crack. Then, boom, a titanic explosion rocked the entire sky, leaving nothing but smoke behind. Serafina rushed to congratulate Catherine, but the girl shook her head. It wasn't her. The anti-hero had stepped in again. The blast was so insane the spear maiden realized the truth. They couldn't have stopped that attack on their own. Not a chance. Suddenly, the great cannon began to rotate. It was targeting the 17th stronghold next. Impact in exactly 1 hour. After that shot, the whole world started shifting. The flat plains were replaced by massive stone walls, rising up to create a fortress. Commander William finally saw the play. With the data from their new ally, he could actually build a winning strategy. "Regroup," he barked. But they were stuck. The rising walls crushed their engines instantly. William was fuming, wishing they had horses like the noble knights. Just then, a red streak tore across the sky. Julian's blade was a blur, systematically dismantling the defense towers like they were toys. He reached the coordinates from the book. Julian had to carve out exactly 16 square feet of earth right from under his feet. The instructions were insanely specific. He cut the ground with surgical precision and placed the piece onto his forbidden tome. In a flash, the earth vanished. Julian got a tiny reward, but the real action was happening elsewhere. That piece of ground appeared in 𝒔𝒊𝒆's hand. The Archduke crushed the gift and smiled. He now held a piece of the key that could trigger absolute devastation. He decided right then to keep his servant safe, at least until Julian outlived his usefulness. Then, a construct appeared behind the hero. An executive analysis outside the city. Julian was intrigued. But then the construct attacked. It wasn't a glitch, it was matching his power level. At that moment, the artifact fragment reaches 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆's hand. He crushes it, a dark grin spreading. The Shadow King is pleased. He has the key now. He'll keep his servant alive for now. Back to Arthur. A mechanical warden suddenly teleports behind him. A sentinel out here? That's not right. The warden attacks instantly. Arthur thinks it's broken, but reality hits. It's matching his strength perfectly. He feels the pressure. This machine is holding him back, using the world's very laws against him. Arthur's power spiked. Suddenly he's level 600. For the first time in forever, the boy actually bled as the warden began his assault. It was a forced physical checkup, part one of a brutal scan. Arthur was absolutely floored seeing his own level skyrocket like that. Arthur and the warden entered the void zone. He fought like a man possessed, desperate to break free from that magical prison. No luck. He reached for the exit, but the warden grabbed his leg, growling that he was forbidden from joining the war. He was stuck, detained until the deep scan finished. And trust me, this analysis was about to get weirdly personal for our hero. See, the architects suspected Arthur was a glitch, or a cheat. How else could a low-level kid wield such insane god-tier power? Arthur snatched his floating book and snapped. He summarized the warden's nonsense and, in a fit of pure rage, pointed at the source. "Blame this stupid archdemon's grimoire," he yelled, hurling the system-given book right at the warden's face. Pure chaos, right? Now it was a trial by fire. Pass and he's normal. Fail, it's immediate termination. No pressure, Arthur, just your life on the line. This cold shoulder from the overseers felt familiar. They were just like the arrogant tyrants back in his old world, heartless and demanding. Everything was set. A new band of explorers, the Iron Pathfinders, set off. They were riding mechanical steeds to save their precious fuel. Fuel is gold in this dying kingdom, so they weren't looking for a scrap. Their mission: map out the dangerous new frontier ahead. Meanwhile, the citadel was taking a beating. Giant shells were raining down, and the city's structural health dropped below 80%. Commander Cedric noted the constant damage, but the general just laughed it off. The detective in the group, yeah, he was suspicious. "It's not the same city anymore," the flame Valkyrie whispered with a smirk. Even the captain of the guard seemed to agree. The elders stayed calm, though. According to the strategist, they only needed to hold the breach while the magic walls were reinforced. The spear maiden was already using the half-built ramparts as a launching pad. But then, a frantic cry for help broke the tension. A scout was screaming for backup, while the Grandmaster just stood there, staring at a wall like it was a work of art. Over at the command center, Lord Alistair barked orders. Some peasants even wanted to turn the enemy cannonballs into high-grade armor. Those shells were tough enough to hurt a general, after all. But a hooded figure was already poking around the wreckage, searching for something. The spy, Julia, decided to sell her intel to the highest bidder. Between Arthur and the Serpent, there were just too many wildcards. Chaos was everywhere, but someone was watching the general's meeting. A spy clad in Shatterap gear, literally invisible in the dark. Meanwhile, the 17th Citadel was holding strong. It hadn't lost even 1% of its health yet. Talk about a fortress. General Robert was impressed. The 8th province had potential, even if they'd only been in the Great Game for a month. Sir Henry, an elite knight, was worried they'd leaked too much info. But level 47 Hilt thought a strong neighbor was a good thing. Then there's Baron Kale, level 50. He figured they could have wiped everyone out already if this wasn't a specific golem retrieval mission. Patience, Robert warned. Everything was going exactly as the high players intended. And then the royal decree card was flipped. Boom, a massive speed buff for everyone in the 17th Citadel. How long? Well, that depended on a literal roll of the dice. They rolled a 3-hour blessing. Charge! Robert roared, and his entire army of knights flooded out like a silver tide of death. The lead knight saw the city as the chosen one of the gods. He was convinced they were favored by the great entity itself. He unsheathed the legendary Stormbreaker, a one-handed relic that crackled with raw lightning. Seriously, this thing looked absolutely terrifying to face. He triggered his chain lightning skill, and boom, defensive towers were turning into piles of molten scrap left and right. Without the gods' favor, the 8th province didn't stand a chance. Power and levels mean nothing if the heavens aren't on your side. That's the brutal reality of this game. High-tier gear or level caps, they won't save you if the players decide you're done. Back in the hole, Arthur struggled against the warden. He swung his blade, but the magical guardian dodged it like it was nothing. The grimoire had hit max level along with him, but fighting a pro, that was a wake-up call. Arthur realized he was a total amateur. He was a rookie playing a Legends game. Sure, he'd learned some swordplay from a goblin master, but he was still getting schooled. That's why he was struggling so much. It made him wonder, just how long was this deep scan supposed to take anyway? The warden didn't care. To him, Arthur was a dirty cheater. He started switching up his combat style just to find a glitch. Arthur realized the Guardian didn't give a damn about his survival during the scan. It was safety last for this magical interrogation. Time for a Hail Mary. He tried to summon his guardian spirit to bail him out, but nothing, absolutely nothing happened. The void zone was a total blackout. No outside help, no summons, no miracles. Arthur was officially on his own in here. Talk about a nightmare. He had to beat a high-level boss solo while the world outside was literally going up in flames. He had to get back before the great cannon fired on the 8th province again. But the warden wasn't done playing. With a brutal kick to the jaw, the warden made it clear. The analysis was just getting started, and it was gonna hurt. Arthur knew a simple way to end it, but he had to win the duel first. The sentinel's brutal kicks sent our hero flying. Arthur started to lose hope, but then, an ancient spirit decided to step in. Hope wasn't dead just yet. He couldn't believe his eyes. The Iron Sentinel continued its physical checkup the moment it saw the book bearer was still breathing. The monster lunged at the man, but Lex watched in total shock as Arthur actually held his ground during the clash. The system chimed in. By blocking those massive claws, Arthur unlocked a forbidden skill from the spirit of 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆. It was Vanguard possession. Cedric could inhabit his body, but the catch, Arthur couldn't summon the knight again for the whole mission. Suddenly, Arthur felt it, the lethal, razor-sharp instincts of a master duelist flowing through his soul. He usually hated the book's secrets, but now, he was praying he wouldn't accidentally strike a god in thanks for this aid. Level playing field. Finally, Arthur and the Sentinel were now locked in a true, high-stakes battle of equals. They prepared to clash again. Arthur was actually keeping up. See, stats aren't everything in a real fight. It happens in every tale. A peasant with a rusty blade can dominate a high-level knight through pure, raw skill. That was the logic here. Using Sir Cedric's elite swordsmanship would be the absolute peak of combat performance. Arthur imagined the possibilities, combining legendary technique with his own maxed-out attributes, unstoppable, but then... Pathetic, sneered the ghost. Cedric's sudden astral appearance nearly gave Arthur a heart attack right then and there. He figured the ghost appearing was normal during possession, yet what the old knight said left him completely baffled. Arthur worried the Sentinel was too fast for an old ghost, but Cedric just laughed in his face. He wasn't worried about the monster. He was just busy insulting Arthur's trash-tier fighting skills. Choice made, let the spirit take the wheel. Suddenly, Arthur's face went cold and his eyes flared a different color. He took a stance. The Sentinel tried to defend, but its arm was instantly severed by a master-level dash. That was the Galestrider technique, a literal storm that lets a swordsman move in a deadly, straight line. The beast tried to strike back, but Cedric just danced around the claws before knocking the Sentinel clean off its feet. Time to finish this. The ghost prepared his ultimate move, the celestial wolf fang strike. But at the last second, Arthur pulled the leash. He stopped Cedric from killing the guard, so the knight pivoted. Instead of a killing blow, he released 3 massive waves of sword aura. The Sentinel was broken, but alive. Cedric grumbled about the lack of communication. leaving poor Arthur breathless as the spirit faded away. First things first, Arthur had to fix the mess. He dropped 50,000 points on the Mercy's Grace function. It's a tool to spare guards hit by accident, sending them back to their posts and wiping their aggression. The only problem, you have to beat them into submission first. Arthur waited in the heavy silence, heart pounding. Did he pass the test? The quiet was driving him insane. Then, a mysterious voice boomed through the chamber. Physical checkup passed. Arthur exhaled, but the system wasn't done. The final analysis was just beginning. He wondered what other nightmares were waiting, and if that voice was coming from the void itself. Meanwhile, miles away, the Vanguard lieutenant was reviewing the secret intel provided by Roble. Time to move. Sir Alaric raised his great shield. He and Julian would lead, the rest of the men cover fire. The soldiers stared in awe at the relic. That shield was a gift from a golden deity, shining with power. Some items are always there, but others, like Alaric's shield, only manifest when the master calls. He was thrilled with it. The shield of St. Helden was the only way to survive the Inquisitor's miracles. Julian and the lieutenant charged forward together. The holy relic hummed, ready to face the coming storm. It created a shimmering wall of divine energy. Its strength, it actually grows based on the friendship of the party. It was the only way to block the bullets. They charged ahead, aiming for the first gate of the iron spire. To get inside the main tower, you have to use the side door of the smaller watchtower first. There, Alaric found a goblin commander in charge. One clean shot to the head later, the desk was theirs. By taking out the green monsters, the attackers earn low-level ID cards. And here's where the grind starts. You need 100 bronze cards for 1 silver, and 100 silver for 1 gold master key. Alaric realized the sheer scale of this mission, but that 1 gold card, it lets 10 men inside. The goal was simple: farm as many keys as possible and storm the heart of the tower. He needed those master seals, as many as possible to smuggle his legion into the spire. The Viper was fuming, stuck right at the main entrance and looking for a way in. Completely helpless before the great gates. But then, a surprise guest appeared. Lady Jane had arrived, ready to trade her secrets to the very monster she'd sought out. The Viper, actually Lord 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈, a level 17 powerhouse, narrowed his eyes. He knew her immediately. Lady Jane, the legendary runner-up from that last blood-soaked mission. The young lord tried to play tough, swapping talk for threats. Jane, not a flinch. She made it clear that this deal would set the tone for their entire future together. She reminded him of the great treasure hunt. Second place, all while working solo and finding the hidden path to victory. That was her proof. Her talent was undeniable. 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 was actually intrigued. Approaching a man as lethal as him took guts. He decided to listen, genuinely admiring the sheer audacity this girl possessed despite his reputation. The deal was simple. If the intel was solid, she'd keep her head. 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 wasn't known for mercy, but good information was worth its weight in gold to a villain. Jane didn't hold back, mocking 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 by calling him wise because of his ancient age. Ouch! You could practically feel the temperature in the room drop to 0. The air turned cold instantly, tension thick enough to choke on. It got so intense that even a hardened monster like the Viper felt a chill down his spine. While they clashed, Captain Robert was busy on the outskirts. He was gathering low-tier ID cards, and suddenly they began to glow with a blinding light in his palm. A transformation. Just like that, he'd forged a high-level master seal from the scraps of the fallen. The 17th kingdom was finally moving up in the world. They now held 12 high seals, but the cost was heavy. 42 men dead and 123 more bleeding out in the dirt. A brutal price for power. The soldiers were warned to be careful, but the hype was real. They were itching for a fight, ready to bleed for their champion with a terrifying level of excitement. Thanks to this, the 17th kingdom officially overtook the 8th kingdom in the seal count. Seeing the tide turn, Robert dropped to his knees and began to pray. His archer companion joined him, but Robert wasn't asking for protection. He didn't want the citizens dying for the players. He wanted their lives dedicated entirely to him. Forward! With a roar, they charged into the fray. As they ran, Robert's mind drifted to Arthur Vance, supposedly the strongest man in their city, yet nowhere to be seen. Arthur had been a ghost for far too long. Robert felt the burn of betrayal, thinking Arthur had abandoned his own people despite being a walking weapon of mass destruction. To Robert, the man was a coward, unworthy of the divinity within him. Meanwhile, deep inside the void chamber, the system was stripping away every single active effect. All buffs gone. The architect was preparing for a trial. Arthur found himself pinned by glowing, spectral rings as the forced inspection of his soul finally began. Arthur started to panic as the scan went deep. The divine decree was digging into his mind, trying to figure out if he was a glitch or something far worse. It analyzed every memory, looking for a sign that he'd met a forbidden entity. Then, the game dove into Arthur's darkest nightmares regarding the victims of the Avarice Lord. The faces of the dead flashed by, and the man finally broke, weeping in the dark. The system found nothing, so it decided to dig even deeper into his past. Suddenly, Arthur was back at his desk. For a second, it felt like the apocalypse never happened, like the city was still whole and the sun was still bright. Our protagonist was on the phone with his mother, multitasking on his tablet. The genius was in his element. He just crushed 1,000 consecutive chess games online. He just won $150, reassuring his mother that he was doing fine. But then, he asked about him, a mysterious person that made his mother go silent. Her words worried him, but Arthur was certain he'd be fine. Between the two of them, that person had always been the smartest. It was time for his shift. But as Arthur headed to his part-time job, the memory started to fracture and glitch. He roared at the system, strictly forbidding it from looking at his life on Earth. To prevent a total mental collapse of a valuable unit, the system backed off. It deduced that Arthur had never met a forbidden entity and labeled him regular. Just like that, he was tossed back into the game. Arthur materialized back at the Iron Fortress, completely spent and drained from his encounter with the divine decree. His wounds were closing, but he was shocked. The system had actually blocked his recovery, the very power that usually keeps him alive in the heat of combat. He was stuck in the same agonizing pose he'd held when the Shadow King cursed him. It was a brutal reminder that his godly strength was just a gift. Arthur was done being a puppet. He was going to break past the limits the game set for its pawns. Meanwhile, the ultimate siege cannon fired on the 17th Kingdom. But the Obsidian Knights were ready. They raised a shield of black steel that devoured the physical impact and most of the magic in one epic display. The kingdom survived the blast without a scratch. Arthur watched, his eyes burning with a new fire. One day, he would rival even the gods who ran this game. A group of passing hunters spotted him lying on the ground. "Look at this slacker," one sneered, assuming Arthur was just taking a nap while the world burned. "Let's move," one suggested, "before his curse rubs off on us." But one hunter didn't move. Sir Kenneth didn't agree at all. He just stared at Arthur. Suddenly, Kenneth raised his sword and lunged. A sickening squelch echoed as he drove his blade straight through Arthur's throat. The others froze in pure, unadulterated horror. Enough is enough. Arthur decides to shatter the limits placed on him by this world's ancient creators. Suddenly, the great siege cannon blasts Silverstone. But the Obsidian Knights, they're ready with their shields. The black steel blocks the blast, both physical and magic. The city survives by the skin of its teeth. Silverstone is safe. Seeing that power, Arthur vows to one day stand above even the High Lords. Later, some traveling mercenaries find Arthur face down. They figure he's just some lazy kid slacking off. "Let's move before his bad luck rubs off on us," one says. They're ready to run away. But Alistair doesn't flinch. He raises his sword, eyes cold, and steps right toward the fallen boy. Without a word, he stabs Arthur right through the throat. His friends are frozen in pure shock. Standing there completely unscathed, Julian Vance demanded to know why the man had tried to assassinate him, but Arthur Sterling just spat back accusations of his own. He called Julian a fraud, a man he once trusted so deeply he would have faced death for him. But that loyalty had cost him everything he ever loved. Sterling was broken, lacking even the 10 points needed to save his own daughter, and with a desperate roar, he raised his blade for one final strike. The steel shattered as he wept for his lost 7-year-old child, but Julian remained cold, deciding it was time to show the man the price of betrayal. Sterling's terrified squires begged Julian for mercy, but the warning came too late. Julian wasn't in a forgiving mood today. In a flash, he unleashed the Shadow Sovereign's power, hitting their pressure points and leaving every single one of them paralyzed and helpless on the ground. Julian looked down at Sterling, telling him to come back for his head only after he'd maxed out his stats, then decided to brand them all as victims of the Soul Devourer. He left the father consumed by a hollow, unsatisfied bloodlust, but not before delivering a chilling promise that he would curse every other innocent soul in their path too. Just like that, the new victims of the Soul Devourer were tossed into a transport and isolated, left to rot in their own failure. Sterling apologized to his knights for the disaster, but they understood his pain. They knew his grief was a heavy burden to carry. They told him he needed to level up and find legendary gear, just like Julian had mocked, because at his current rank, he was nothing. For Arthur, justice for his child was out of reach right now, so the level 9 knight swore he would grow strong enough to tear Julian Vance apart with his own hands. He closed his eyes, already picturing the exact moment his blade would finally find Julian's throat in a perfect act of revenge. Meanwhile, Julian watched the transport fade into the distance while Sir Thorn, his cursed knight mentor, wondered why he didn't just end them right there. Julian explained that if he'd simply walked away, Sterling's blind rage would have eventually led his entire team into a death trap. But the wielder of the Codex had another reason for staying behind, and it was about to get very loud, very quickly. Suddenly, the earth shook as a massive, mechanical monstrosity, the Iron Kraken, erupted from the soil, a beast fused together from several mana spires. This boss monster was designed to protect the area, and it immediately opened fire with everything it had, turning the landscape into a literal war zone. Field bosses like this show up on a clock, but taking down a raid-level beast would grant Julian a sovereign key to the Citadel's spire. It was a lethal shortcut, far better than grinding out 10,000 low-level essence shards, even if the risk of death was nearly absolute. Julian didn't hesitate. He channeled Thorn's spectral power and summoned his blade, the air around him crackling with dark energy. Our hero charged straight into the path of the giant Iron Kraken, moving like a shadow through a storm of steel and fire. With a single, fluid motion, he unleashed the strike of the Midnight Wolf, a celestial art that carved through the machine's reinforced armor like it was paper. The level 5 threat collapsed in a heap of scrap metal, but Sir Thorn immediately started scolding Julian for his flashy, wasteful movements. The old knight warned him that he was bleeding energy needlessly, and that he had to stay sharp if he wanted to survive what was coming next. A warrior must keep a focused mind to avoid the trap of arrogance while chasing power, Thorn lectured, and Julian actually took the advice to heart. He thanked his mentor for the wisdom, but decided to hold onto the sovereign key for now, since the spire was a place where you either won or died. Julian had other fires to put out first, and his next move left even the legendary Sir Thorn absolutely stunned by his sheer audacity. Julian Vance had just smashed his way into the royal castle of Oakhaven, where the king looked down at him, calling the young man a fool for demanding an audience. He'd come all this way just to threaten the crown, Julian told him, revealing he knew exactly how the king had sold them all out. The wielder of the Codex knew Oakhaven had turned traitor, and even though the king tried to lie, Julian wasn't playing games anymore. He told the king to drop the act. He knew the citizens were already armed for war, and that the city was crawling with enemy spies. The king had planned to backstab his allies the moment the mission was near completion, a cowardly move that Julian had seen coming a mile away. The old man stood up from his throne, snarling that he could easily replace his subjects, but Julian reminded him that the Codex sees everything. Julian gave him a final ultimatum: cooperate now, or the crown falls with your head still inside it. The king laughed, calling Julian an arrogant brat who had never actually faced a true champion in mortal combat before. Suddenly, the soul duel was activated, pulling them both into a magical coliseum where the higher level is dragged down to match the weaker opponent. It was a fair fight now, at least on paper, where levels didn't matter and only raw skill would decide who walked out alive. The level 99 Lord of the Citadel, Duke Roland de Lacy, smirked, believing that once he silenced Julian, his secrets would be buried forever. Armed with the 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈, an epic greatsword that commanded the very lightning of the heavens, the Duke charged forward with a roar. He claimed that the cursed book would be Julian's downfall, and in an instant, massive bolts of electricity turned the arena into a blinding white hell. According to the Duke, his opponent was nothing but a lucky amateur who hid behind a high level, and now that they were equal, the veteran would win. But his eyes widened in shock when Julian dodged his lightning-fast blade with ease, moving like a ghost through the static air. Before the old man could even blink, Julian vanished and struck him hard from behind, sending the powerful mayor flying across the arena. Julian didn't need a high level to be a monster, and it looked as if the fury of a spectral dragon had just ripped straight through the old duke's pride. Everyone claimed that Lord Alaric von Lex's crushing defeat should be a grim warning to his people, but Arthur, he couldn't help but respect the old man's sheer strength. In a flash, Arthur and the fallen king were warped back inside the palace, leaving the royal guards in a state of absolute, blind panic. The terrified soldiers drew their steel, but the master of the grimoire told them to stand down. They had to work together on this joint campaign. This sudden, brutal downfall of the king even sent shivers down the spine of the sovereign of Stirling. Suddenly, every soldier was on high alert. Arthur noticed it immediately. The guards were acting strange, their eyes filling with a sudden, dark bloodlust. No more hesitation. The soldiers charged like mindless beasts, leaving even their own lieutenant baffled as he watched the madness unfold on the field. He stood there, completely lost, as he watched the entire army of Stirling suddenly retreat back toward the safety of their city walls. The city was now under the Bloodlust Decree, a terrifying spell that spikes the power of a sovereign's units while making them crave the blood of any outsider. Then, boom, a massive explosion rocked the interior of the castle. Arthur realized the decree was their hidden trump card, meant for a future betrayal against 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈. Suddenly, lightning magic crackled through the air. Caught off guard, Arthur barely dodged the falling bolts. He never expected Stirling to play this desperate card so early in the game. As he landed, the young man realized he wasn't alone. Someone was waiting for him in the shadows. Turns out, those citizens weren't the sovereign's loyal subjects at all. They were nothing more than hollow, obedient puppets. The puppet master used his fate deck to boost their stats, forcing every single citizen to swarm Arthur all at once. Taking the cannon tower would take a whole day, and if he spared Stirling's units now, they'd just end up slaughtering the people of 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 later. Sir Julian offered to do the dirty work for his master, but the young man shook his head and drew his own blade instead. As the mob of citizens charged him, Arthur made a choice. He would carry this sinful burden on his own shoulders. A massive magical explosion tore through the streets, and the frenzied units were simply slashed to pieces in an instant. Pure carnage. There was no going back now. Arthur just stood there, lifting his cold gaze toward the sky. The sovereign of Stirling began to spiral into a panic when he realized the system couldn't even track who was attacking him. More explosions ripped through the city. Arthur was bombarded by lightning bolts, but he swiped them away like they were nothing. That's when the Duke and his son charged him. Arthur wasn't sure if words would even reach them now, but he made a promise to the fallen city. He would avenge their 150 years of slavery, and with one clean strike, he ended their prince and their king. Lord Romulo couldn't believe his eyes as the severed head of his puppet took one last look at him. The streets were literally stained red. Single-handedly, Arthur butchered the forces of 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 until night fell, leaving him standing there, absolutely drenched in blood. Sir Julian came to check on him, but Arthur admitted he wasn't okay. Even when you're mentally prepared for a slaughter, the guilt tastes like poison. He tried to shake it off. He knew the people of 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 couldn't finish this mission without him. He had to be the one to do it. Suddenly, a cold notification popped up from the system. The sovereign of 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 was left with 0 units. In this game, if your people are wiped out, you're doomed to become a city eater, a max-level raid boss. Arthur was stunned. This changed everything. It made him realize that the players weren't the biggest fish in this pond after all. The sovereign was immediately banned from the system and stripped of his humanity, transforming into a monstrous entity right before their eyes. The beast's eyes turned a glowing red as a final notification appeared. This new city eater decided to crush 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 under its massive hammer, leaving their own sovereign frozen with indecision. The leader looked at his fate deck, desperate. One card would let him warp the city away from danger, but at the cost of every reward they'd earned. As Arthur charged the massive beast, the sovereign prepared to play his final card. Harold and Conrad threw everything they had into saving the city, but hope was fading fast as that giant hammer began its descent. But then the golden hand stopped. In the end, the sovereign hesitated and didn't use the card. The result: the hammer came down, and 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 was smashed into 1,000,000 pieces. Arthur woke up to his grimoire glowing a deep, haunting red. He was shocked to even be alive after the city fell. But the shock really hit when he saw who was standing in front of him. He attacked instantly, but the Shadow Monarch stopped him with just one finger. Suddenly, memories of their first and last encounter came flooding back to him. Arthur finally remembered it all. The owner of the book had judged him unworthy before, but now he was giving him one final chance to prove himself. A heavy, cold silence filled the white void. Arthur asked about the others, but the Shadow Monarch confirmed they were all dead. The lone survivor fell to his knees. Malphaz explained that simple units could never defeat a city eater. Their city was marked for doom from the start. Only a player could have stopped that thing. Hearing that, Arthur finally snapped, screaming in rage about the twisted nature of this game. The other champions, he desperately needed to know why he alone survived. The Dark Duke held all the answers, but now was not the time to share them. Arthur had a ticking clock to bring his fallen kingdom back to life. This revelation utterly shocked the young man's soul. Kalen summoned a corrupted relic, proving his wild claims. Restoring the 8th Kingdom was actually possible. This fascinated Arthur. He stopped doubting the mysterious owner of the ancient book. After all, he had lost everything. And so, corrupted energy fragments coated his blade. Kalen granted his dark power to Arthur to slay the massive kingdom devourer. Only then would the Duke of Greed resurrect his people. Arthur admired his sword as it glowed purple, but felt the concept of defeating a gargantuan beast with just a sword was pure madness. Suddenly, hurled into the void, Arthur was now face to face with the 17th fallen champion of the trial. The Kingdom Devourer immediately swung its colossal weapon, but failed to connect. The near miss unleashed a violent shockwave that sent the young knight flying backward. Arthur could still feel that brutal impact rattling his bones. Kalen warned him that Kingdom Devourers were the absolute strongest beasts in this grand trial, avoided by even top champions. By pushing his own power, Kalen made Arthur just as powerful as a Kingdom Devourer. This infuriated the young knight. The Dark Duke was basically saying any failure rested solely on him. But Arthur was alarmed to see the fallen champion activate a spell card. The beast cast a meteor rain to summon massive falling rocks equal to the 12 frozen crests. Yet Arthur managed to parry and dodge every boulder flying his way. According to the book's owner, Arthur was now equal to a true champion. Even his gear and skills rivaled the crest cards used by high lords. Fusing with his dark patron, Arthur landed a crushing blow on the Devourer's face. This cracked the fallen champion's mask, bringing the massive titan crashing down. Yet Arthur felt suddenly startled. giant. Tentacles erupted from nowhere, trying to crush him, but Arthur sliced through 2 of them. He needed to ask the Duke a question about these champions. Arthur wanted to know if they were all this hideous. Kaelin denied it, claiming that champions all differ in looks, mindset, tactics, and even their crest cards. At that moment, the Kingdom Devourer unleashed a massive thunderstorm spell, making pure lightning surge across the entire vast battlefield. Endless bolts began to rain down from above. The violent storm struck our protagonist directly, making the young knight realize that far stronger Kingdom Devourers must exist out there. Deflecting the bolts, Arthur found it all quite disappointing. He thought his quest would be way easier if all champions were this pathetic. This bold statement genuinely intrigued the Dark Duke. Kaelin telepathically summoned the royal swords of the king and prince of the 17th Kingdom. He boldly claimed that their former champion was a pathetic opponent. Despite holding many spell cards, the fallen champion was actively retreating from Arthur. Clearly, the massive beast feared a close-quarters sword fight. It desperately resorted to massive, wide rain bombardments, summoning raw non-elemental energy shells just to blast a small target like our young protagonist. The knight began moving his fingers to telepathically command his other 2 blades, as a sudden realization hit him about this. Kingdom Devourer. The beast had never fought an opponent face-to-face. That is why it spammed its powerful crest cards so recklessly. Armed with a massive deck of spell cards and a titanic frame, Arthur quickly slid right. Just before a massive explosion erupted, Arthur burned a legendary free war scroll to save his life. The Dark Duke noticed that his champion was taking his sweet time closing the gap instead of rushing the beast. This clever tactic was meant to mentally break the Titan and drain its spell deck. Mindless, relentless attacking would just be futile. The Duke of Greed noted this as Arthur prepared to end the battle. Suddenly, the fallen champion was impaled with a heroic blade. Arthur then triggered chain lightning, making the colossal beast writhe in pure agony. Our young knight then asked the monster if it enjoyed playing God and manipulating mortal lives, all while holding a legendary artifact, the weather orb. It could manipulate the climate locally for a short duration. Our protagonist then decided to unleash a unique skill called Overcharge, absorbing all nearby lightning strikes, though doing so would severely burn the user. The massive beast began to tremble in fear. Arthur was not holding his heroic sword, controlling it telepathically instead. This let him execute a brand new attack style. A gargantuan bolt of pure lightning was launched by the knight, dealing devastating damage to the vile abomination. The power was quadrupled by Overcharge, combining high voltage and shock. Additionally, the ultimate skill, Rage of the Thunder God, allowed the heroic blade to unleash its stored power at once. With that final strike, the battle ended. The fallen champion collapsed onto the ground with its guts completely exposed. Arthur was surprised the monster was still breathing. Kaelin wanted to keep it for experiments, but Arthur had to execute it. Arthur drove his blade deep into the abyssal behemoth, desperate to reclaim his fallen kingdom. The beast began to fracture, but then things got weird. The monster's rotting mass started clinging to Arthur's sword like a living shadow. Behind him, the mysterious Lord Sterling, the master of the grimoire, warned the young knight to step back. He wasn't finished yet. Suddenly, the behemoth's flesh began to warp and shift, pulsating with a dark, rhythmic energy. Arthur watched, stunned, as the nightmare transformed into a perfect obsidian egg. Then, crack, out stepped a man with imposing horns, fresh from his shell. Was this the plan all along? Arthur could only wonder. The stranger took his first breath in centuries, and the air around them seemed to shiver. Lord Sterling sneered, complaining that the world still smelled just as foul as he remembered. But Arthur, he didn't care about the smell. He wanted his contract fulfilled. Now, the demon lord unleashed a surge of crimson magic. Arthur gripped his hilt, expecting a fight, but then he felt the ground shake. The ruins of his city were moving. Stone by stone, the rubble flew through the air, clicking into place like a massive puzzle. Just like that, the 8th citadel of 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 stood tall once again. It was breathtaking, a miracle, but as Arthur looked around, the silence hit him. The streets were completely ghost town empty. He turned to Sterling, eyes narrowed. Had he been played? "Patience, boy," the entity drawled. The energy stolen from the behemoth could only rebuild the walls. If he wanted the people back, it wouldn't be that simple. To breathe life back into the citizens, Sterling needed to harvest the souls of other fallen challengers. Arthur wasn't buying it, though. He could see right through the act. Judging by the sheer amount of power this lord had already swallowed, he was definitely holding back. Sterling actually looked impressed. He explained that a city grows through trade and sacrifice, gaining experience until it reaches the next tier. That evolution provides the currency needed to buy divine arcana cards. It is a vicious cycle of resources, the only way anyone survives this game. Arthur's mind raced. He had spent a fortune in points, yet the city had not evolved an inch. There was only one logical reason for that. When Arthur voiced his theory, the demon lord didn't get angry. Instead, he started laughing, a wild, manic sound that echoed through the empty streets. He was practically cackling. Sterling couldn't help but admire the kid's sharp mind. Most would have been too distracted by the shiny new buildings to notice. He was genuinely shocked Arthur could see the bigger picture after losing his home and barely surviving a fight with a fallen knight. Arthur leaned in. "You have met someone like me before, have you not?" Before he could get an answer, his glowing blade manifested right in front of his face. Sterling confirmed it. Arthur had the raw strength, but he needed to save it for what was coming. "Trust me," the Lord whispered. He promised to keep his end of the bargain. Then, with a sudden, violent gust of wind, he sent the young knight soaring into the sky. Arthur gasped as he hovered high above the restored spires of his city. Sterling gestured toward the horizon, telling him to look closely. "Observe the world for what it truly is," he commanded. Arthur's heart nearly stopped. None of this was visible during the fight with the behemoth. There was a reason for that, of course. The game only reveals what your mind is ready to handle. But now, Arthur's eyes were finally open. He wasn't just looking at a city anymore. He was standing before a colossal, nightmare entity that made him feel like a speck of dust against a mountain of flesh. To bring back the people of 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆, Sterling needed to devour 3 more fallen players. If they died, the city lived. Simple as that. Once the 3rd one fell, the citadel would be permanently anchored back into reality. And the Lord of Greed, he would be its new king. Suddenly, the behemoth played its hand, activating a flight card to bridge the gap. It was moving fast, terrifyingly fast. Arthur barely had time to react before multiple, screaming heads erupted from the monster's torso. It wasn't just one enemy anymore, it was splitting. 3 separate fallen players. Arthur's blood ran cold, but it got worse. The creature used a single card to summon 3 massive, glowing shields. The shields absorbed the impact perfectly. It was clear now. These 3 were linked, sharing a single soul and a single purpose. 2 of the monstrosities slammed together with Arthur caught right in the middle, struggling to keep from being flattened like an insect. Meanwhile, the 3rd one manifested a jagged longsword. Arthur noted the strategy. They shared the defensive buffs but kept their weapons separate. Clever. Sterling chimed in, sounding almost bored. "Every player is unique, Arthur. Just like humans, they have their own little tricks." He warned Arthur not to fail. The behemoths had already lost their own game, and if Arthur could not kill them, nothingness was the only thing waiting. Arthur, currently fighting for his life, wasn't in the mood for a lecture. "Just bring back my people," he roared at the demon lord. Sterling just smiled. "Relax, knight. Everything is already in motion." Down in the streets, Jasper and Hugo were stumbling around in total confusion. They were supposed to be dead. Then, a voice boomed from the heavens. Every surviving citizen froze as an unbearable pressure crushed them into the dirt. "I am Lord Sterling," the entity announced, his voice echoing like thunder. "Your savior and your new master." Jasper, ever the hothead, figured this was just some high-level boss he could farm for loot. He drew his weapon, swearing he would take Sterling's head. But he stopped mid-swing. He didn't just freeze. It felt like the entire world had simply ceased to exist. Time itself had ground to a halt. The crowd gasped, unable to move as Sterling loomed over them. He claimed his throne as the city's protector, his presence absolute and terrifying. Jasper, known as the Serpent, assumed this newcomer was just another legendary boss he could slay to reach the top. But as the arrogant teenager charged forward, screaming about gaining ultimate power, his body suddenly jerked to a violent, unnatural halt. It was impossible to tell if he had stopped of his own accord or if he'd been frozen by force. It felt like time itself had simply ceased to exist. Lord 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 commanded absolute silence. This was it. The people of Avalon were standing on a razor's edge. Between total ruin and a fresh start, they had two choices: the ivory gate for life or the ebony gate for rest. Eternal peace or a brutal struggle. Their fate was in their own hands once those massive doors swung open. To some, it sounded like a death sentence, but honestly, ending this cursed nightmare didn't sound half bad at all. Then a hand went up, a lone voice in the crowd. Surprisingly, the Archduke actually agreed to answer him. It was the Platinum Knight herself. Alongside the royal inspector and the captain, she stood firm against his crushing aura. "When do the gates open?" Her voice didn't waver. "Dusk," he replied. The citizens were already itching for a fight. 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 just watched them, cold. Then, snap, a massive magical screen shimmered into existence above the town square. It was Alistair. Everyone gasped as they saw him locked in combat with a literal mountain of rotting flesh. Juliana's heart skipped a beat. 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 issued his challenge. The gates only open if Alistair survives this monster. He showed them the true face of terror. "Look well," he sneered. "This is what awaits you if you choose to live." On screen, Alistair slammed into a colossal barrier. Two more beasts lunged at his back. He was completely surrounded. But Alistair didn't blink. He unleashed his secret weapon, the gravity well, a force so strong the world started folding. Everything within range was sucked toward the center. Those three massive colossi didn't stand a single chance. Boom, they collided with bone-shattering force. Alistair became a blur of steel, carving through the wreckage. He emerged from the gore like a demon, one final, massive swing, and he sliced the entire monster clean in half. Dead, all three of them, at the hands of just one man, the crowd was left absolutely speechless. Alistair was spent. He drove his blade into the ground, breathing hard as the monster's remains dissolved into mist. He realized something terrifying. There was no healing here. Every wound, every ounce of stamina lost. It was permanent. Time was his worst enemy now. He didn't wait. He called upon his inner power and demanded the next challenger. The fog shifted. Something even bigger started to crawl out. The fourth and final nightmare had finally arrived. Kill this thing, and everyone goes home. The beast wasn't playing fair, though. It unleashed multiple hexes at once. Juliana watched, terrified. Even the captain paled at the sheer, raw power radiating from that hideous monster. Hope started to fade. If their champion looked this small compared to that thing, what chance did they have? The monster's axes shattered the earth, but Alistair was calculating. He saw the pattern. It was all brute force. He was fighting the clock as much as the beast. He caught a massive axe blade with his own steel. Then he made his move. He let 𝒄𝒅𝒔, the ghost of the legendary swordsman, take control of his body. 𝒂drk didn't waste a second. He lunged, and suddenly the behemoth was the one screaming in pure agony. The old knight was actually having fun. Alistair tried to give advice, but 𝒂drk just laughed him off. "I can see the path," he roared. He became a whirlwind of blood and silver, tearing the Titan apart. The citizens watched in stunned silence. Then it happened. The final behemoth collapsed under 𝒂drk's blade. It was over. The gates were ready. Every soul in Avalon now faced the ultimate choice, life or death. Fight on in a broken world, or find peace in the dark. Alistair finally stepped back into the ruins. The streets were silent. 𝒊𝒄𝒆 stood there, smug. "I kept my word," he said. The choice was theirs alone. Alistair ignored the taunt. "Is the kingdom's quest still active?" he demanded. He wasn't done fighting yet. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 confirmed it. It wasn't over. But the previous Lord of Avalon, he'd run the moment things got real. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 had taken his seat, but even he was powerless to stop the kingdom's slow slide into oblivion. He was still a novice in this high-stakes game. They stood in silence as the world prepared to reset. A countdown appeared. Alistair used every second of it. He hunted down every lingering shadow in the city. The heart of the kingdom appeared in 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆's hand. He watched as the people finally made their choice. Slowly, Avalon began to rise from the ashes. The city was moving again, re-entering the great trial. 1 hour and 6 minutes. That's all they had left. Alistair actually smiled. It was more than enough. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 claimed no more victims were needed, since the city belonged to him now. He had his prize. But Alistair turned on him. "Wrong," he snapped. "This city belongs to the people who fought for it." And just like that, they were back. The Serpent, the Raiders, Juliana, everyone was ready for the next round. Julian and his crew were warped back to the tactical map, feeling good about the win, when suddenly, boom, a massive blast rocked the entire field. Seraphina, our flame seraph, was busy melting towers when she felt it. The very earth beneath her boots started to tremble violently. Rising from the wreckage was the level 5 nightmare, the Iron Serpent, a massive beast stitched together from broken fortifications and old stone. "Don't draw its gaze," Julian shouted, warning the others. He moved fast, leading the massive mechanical worm on a frantic chase across the map. It was a perfect lure. Julian led the giant right into the kill zone, where a hidden trap tore through the Iron Serpent's armored hide. Off with its head, the mechanical titan collapsed. Lady Alina praised Julian's insane timing, but he just shrugged it off, calling her the real muscle. He told her to watch over the capital of 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆. The mission was almost done, but Julian had one last dangerous play to make. Using his master crest, Julian entered the spire of 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆. Once those doors sealed, there was no way out until the challenge was conquered. Level 1, the slums of the lesser imps. Julian looked around and groaned, seeing all these wasted resources. Honestly, it was just disappointing. Lord Valerius told him to stay focused. He played the Headhunter card, a ruthless move that teleports a unit directly to the dungeon boss. Cedric watched from the shadows, muttering that every sacrifice was necessary for the final victory. Cold, but that's how the game works. Suddenly, an imp in a massive steam-powered rig ambushed Julian. It opened fire, trying to turn our hero into a human pincushion with lead. Julian vanished, just like that. The imps started cheering, thinking they'd finally bagged the legendary villain. Man, were they wrong. Their celebration died instantly. A notification popped up. Their boss at the spire's peak was already dead. Julian had skipped the small fry entirely. He'd gone straight for the level 6 boss, the Hive Mind. It was a brutal one-shot execution that left the monster headless in seconds. While the other monsters were busy being confused, Julian claimed the kill. Victory for 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆. The mission was officially cleared. A flash of light and Julian was back. Everyone outside the walls was warped home, safe and sound. But the atmosphere, beyond tense. Every eye in the city was on him, the man they used to call the realm's greatest villain. Julian didn't care. He just kept walking. "Wait," someone called out. They handed him a small, mysterious chest. A gift, from the very people he just saved. Julian gave a polite nod and took to the skies. Below, the survivors watched him disappear into the clouds like a fading ghost. Lord Arthur spat on the ground. He didn't want Julian back because of hope. He wanted him back just to see his body rot. 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 had 24 hours to breathe before the next hell began. Up on the highest tower, Julian stood alone with the Dark Sovereign. Julian smiled, seeing the fallen citizens being resurrected. No more souls would be lost to the Lord of Avarice, not on his watch. Then, bam, Julian swung his blade, trying to take Valerius's head in a surprise strike. The Dark Sovereign didn't even flinch. "Your blade can't touch me," Valerius teased. Julian just laughed. He knew he was talking to a mere projection, not the man himself. Julian admitted he still needed the Lord of Avarice for his next move. That caught Valerius off guard. A hero asking a villain for help. Valerius was supposed to be the one pulling the strings, yet here was Julian, dictating the next phase of the grand plan. It was a bit embarrassing for the demon lord. Julian clearly had more experience running 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 than the guy actually in charge. Something big was brewing. Despite the sheer audacity of the request, Valerius agreed, a special favor for his favorite game piece. The whole city started to rumble. Buildings literally detached from the ground, floating into the sky while the citizens screamed in confusion. This was the Knights' Academy, a building usually meant for fighting illusions to gain combat skill without the risk of actually dying. Normally, you don't get loot or real experience there. It's just practice. Safe, boring, and zero real-world rewards for the effort. But this version, it was special. Valerius had modified it into something far more dangerous and far more rewarding. This academy could teleport knights into real, existing battle zones. They'd get the loot and the levels, but they could also die for real. Julian and Valerius stood in the heart of the flying fortress. The new rules were set. The training ground was ready for action. Julian started designing hell mode programs for the city's elite. He just needed the right map to drop them into. Lady Alina, the Dragon Knight, was first on the list. With this flying academy, she could finally reach a power level beyond human limits. Julian warned her. She only had 18 hours. Setting up this specific training had taken a massive amount of his limited time. But thanks to Valerius's time-warping magic, those 18 hours would feel like a whole year for Alina on the inside. If it gets too much, break the glass, Julian told her. A safety valve in case the training became a death sentence. This wasn't just about survival, it was about evolution. He watched her go, praying she'd come back as the legend he needed. Seraphina was sent to the land of the eternal sun. She wasn't just there to fight, she was there to prove her worth. Her goal, earn the respect of the original wielder of her flames. Mastery or nothing. Meanwhile, across the realm, Silas and Thorn, the two elite scouts, were high in the peak of fallen sovereigns hunting for the lost relics of ancient kings. And for the rest of the army, a nightmare awaited in the catacombs of the sleeping demons. It was time to level up. Nightmarish demons are crawling out of the shadows, desperate to wake the master of the map and carry out his twisted legacy for the next stage of training. That arrogant noble, Julian, the Viper, demanded to be let out of the training grounds, even had the nerve to flip everyone off as he stood there. But the villain froze when Lord Alistair offered him one final shot, a wishing orb, an artifact that could change everything depending on the wielder's soul. Here is the deal. It either becomes a beacon of light or a shroud of darkness based on your karma, a holy dragon of justice or a malignant serpent of hate. Normally, a choice like that would take a lifetime of soul-searching, but the Viper, he did not have that kind of time. Choosing now meant he could ditch the training grounds early, finally escaping the watch of the other knights. Of course, leaving now meant risking the other legions surpassing him in power, but the young rogue took a moment to weigh his options. He did not give a damn about the others. He just wanted power, so he plunged his wishing orb straight into the path of malice. Big mistake. His training started instantly, and he found himself standing in a literal hellscape known as the Venom of the Void. His only mission, try not to die. Meanwhile, the main legions officially kicked off their elite training sessions. Alistair even set up magical simulation chambers for the commoners to sharpen their blades, but the mercenary captain was stuck in the past, obsessed with a rematch against the Ogre King. His squad, not so thrilled. They still remembered getting absolutely slaughtered the first time around. Over in training room 06, Sir Cedric was preparing for a simulation against his mortal rival, Baron Thorn. The system asked if he wanted to nerf the Baron's insane power level, but Cedric, he wanted his prey raw and unfiltered. Let the impossible training begin. While Alistair kept a close eye on his key warriors, he decided it was time for a little chat with the Duke of Avarice about some delicate matters. First on the list, what exactly is the Duke? He is not a demon, not a knight, so what is he? Kalen, the mystic, thought the question was a waste of time. The priority was bringing Sector 8 back from the brink of destruction. Kalen swore he was being honest, but Alistair knew better than to trust a creature that dodges questions like a professional. Alistair had a theory, though, and it actually managed to pique the Duke's interest for once. He wondered if the first sovereign abandoned them on purpose, sacrificing the weak to stop himself from becoming a province eater. But here's the twist. Alistair realized the old sovereign is still pulling the strings on other pieces in this twisted game. The realization hit him like a lightning strike. The old sovereign of Sector 8 had a favorite pawn elsewhere. Sector 8 was nothing but a resource farm for the king's golden hand to fuel his primary warrior, and when it stopped being profitable, he just walked away. Because the Duke of Avarice had drained all the loot, the king did not think twice about leaving Sector 8 to rot. Alistair's guess was spot on, but here is the scary part. Most lords only get one champion, but the golden hand is different. That monster is currently controlling piece number 43, and meanwhile, the frontline legions are getting absolutely butchered. 3 great kingdoms joined forces just to take down one single enemy, and they could not even land a scratch. Panic set in as an old swordmaster stepped forward, ready to face the threat alone. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the 1,000 blossoms in the sky, a storm of steel meant to shred anything in its path. But with one casual flick of a wrist, the Blue Knight drove a blade through the old man's heart. It was over before it even started. Seeing his comrade fall, the marksman leveled his legendary relic rifle, Pioneer's Will, a weapon famous for conquering entire continents. It was built specifically to tear through non-human monsters with devastating force. He triggered his gunslinger's flurry art, firing a relentless stream of lead without ever needing to stop and reload. But the knight's sword moved like a blur, parrying the bullet right back into the marksman's skull, dead by his own shot. Suddenly, a masked assassin lunged from the shadows for a backstab, but the Blue Knight just started walking away. He left his sword buried in the assassin's throat, leaving the dying man gasping for air and wondering what just happened. Was he outplayed? Was it a trap? The assassin had no idea, and honestly, he was terrified. For a whole week, they fought this army, and not one of those monsters ever uttered a single word. Total, eerie silence. This was Sector 99, the White Citadel of Silence, ruled by the invincible and maxed-out mayor, Baron Thorn. As the ceasefire ended, the great player rolled the dice of fate once more. The sector landed on the dungeon onslaught square, the goal, kill the boss or be killed. When that clock hits 0, the gates swing open and a literal tide of monsters comes pouring out. Since it was a joint mission, another sector was summoned to the fray, and Alistair realized it was their turn. For the first time ever, Sector 8 was being called up to join Sector 32 for a 5-day gauntlet of pure chaos. The mission is live, and Alistair is not taking any chances. He is activating his trump card, the Shard of Kalen. Utilizing the sacred archive, Lord Julian went public with every bit of labyrinth intel, branding their danger levels from rank Alpha down to Delta. With the maps ready, he set his sights on the province of Silverwood, proposing a grand alliance, even as the Raven Lord, Duke Valerius, claimed his own legions were more than enough to crush the threat. Valerius saw the commoners as nothing more than disposable assets, but Julian, he refused to let their lives be wasted. His true mission was to return as many souls as possible to the homeland, so he stood his ground, determined to intervene, leading the Raven Lord to recall their previous ruthless encounter at Ironclad Hold. But honestly, if a single setback were enough to break Julian's resolve, he never would have survived this long. The Duke, acting as a cold master of the board, watched with narrow eyes, curious to see exactly when Julian's idealism would finally shatter under the weight of reality. Meanwhile, the High Scribe of Silverwood was left reeling in pure shock. Despite Julian offering life-saving data for the current siege, his own side flat-out refused to cooperate. It didn't help that the local ruler, the drunken Earl Alaric, had completely surrendered to despair, convinced his city was already a graveyard. Silverwood was a shell of its former glory, its finest knights fallen, its armory empty, and its population dwindled to a final, desperate 1,000 subjects. Seeing no way out, the broken Earl spat at Julian to go back and defend his own borders before they met the same grisly end. One look at the man's hollow eyes told Julian everything. Talking was a waste of breath, so it was time for a much more aggressive approach. Alaric remained convinced that Julian's home, the district of Oakhaven, would eventually be devoured just like his own, once they crossed paths with the dreaded Pale Citadel. Switch gears to the deadliest abyss breach on the map, where a rank 5 beast known as the Bound Wolf God, a titan that absolutely loathes the heavens, was currently being hunted. Its opponent, none other than Lady Seraphina, the Crimson Valkyrie, who looked ready to burn the whole world down. After a grueling year of training with her draconic relic, the Spear Maiden had evolved into something truly terrifying. Suddenly, boom, massive wyvern wings made of pure living flame erupted from her back, shifting the entire atmosphere of the battlefield. In the past, Seraphina could only borrow a fraction of that dragon's soul, but now, she was manifesting the ancient beast's very traits, and the wolf god felt the sudden, chilling shift in power. The giant beast tried to chant a frantic ice spell, sending jagged frozen spires erupting through the floor, but a small, blinding light flickered behind the frost. The monster didn't even have time to blink before it was completely incinerated by a celestial inferno, ending the rank Alpha raid with Seraphina, the legendary wolf slayer, taking all the glory. The Raven Lord was actually impressed for once, admitting that leaving the girls training to Julian was probably his smartest move yet. Seeing Julian lost in thought, Valerius couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity about what his favorite pawn was plotting next. Julian was sweating the fact that he couldn't win over the other provincial lords, but the Duke was just happy they weren't standing in his way anymore. Our protagonist was dead certain that Silverwood wouldn't survive the night without their blades, so the Duke made him a rare offer. "Tell me what you truly desire," Valerius challenged, which honestly just annoyed Julian's fiercely independent streak. Julian's answer: he wanted to annex the entire province for himself, a bold move that actually made the greedy Duke laugh with delight. Just then, the earth shook as a labyrinth collapsed in on itself, and Seraphina stepped out from the ruins, already looking for her next target. But something caught her eye, a massive icy titan clashing with a mysterious figure flying through the clouds. The enemy lord played a high-tier card, summoning a volley of magic missiles that were locked onto their target, but Lord Julian, he just sliced through them like they were nothing. According to the Raven Lord, a sovereign only leaves their ethereal form when they become a kingdom devourer, or when they're dragged into a one-on-one duel to the death. The Lord of Silverwood accepted the challenge, though in reality, Valerius had the dark ability to force his hand regardless of consent. The duel was brutal and fast, ending with the Silverwood sovereign bleeding out after a devastating critical strike. Julian channeled every ounce of his aura into a single point, driving his steel even deeper into the entity's core. And just like that, game over. The Lord of Silverwood was crushed, leaving the Raven Lord to decide the fate of the conquered lands. While the Duke usually dismantled cities for raw materials, he decided to keep Silverwood intact as a personal favor to his strongest, most stubborn unit. Julian tried to play it cool, but Valerius reminded him that saving a dead city comes with a heavy price tag. Usually, the victor would just absorb the fallen lord's essence, but that energy felt like pocket change compared to the legendary shards of sovereignty. Julian realized then that the Duke was using those shards to straight-up hack the fundamental rules of the world. With the victory secured, the Duke ordered Julian to clear out every single dungeon that had been transferred to Oakhaven's jurisdiction following the fall of Silverwood. Poor Seraphina was nearly blinded as the system started bombarding her with an endless stream of emergency raid notices. The High Commander reported that the number of active breaches had literally doubled overnight. Julian didn't even flinch. He knew his people were more than qualified to handle the heat as long as he was there to lead the way. The Duke wondered if that confidence extended to the lords who still hated Julian's guts, but Julian just brushed it off. One thing was for sure, this young lord's future was looking bright, even if he didn't realize it yet. Meanwhile, deep in the shadows, a mysterious watcher was activating the Observing Eye card, quietly gathering intel on every move they made. A brilliant play, honestly. But while that night dazzled the court, a spy used the Eye of 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 to harvest intel. Lord 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈, that greedy snake, used his dark influence to blind the Watcher's eye, so no one could spy on his city. Meanwhile, the mysterious veteran known as Player 8, the master of the Silent Citadel, clearly had a secret gambit ready. The high entity planned to leak Arthur's secrets to every rival in the land, just as he landed on the thief's trap tile of the Great Board. A gremlin got a fist to the face immediately. The little green beast just sneered at the High Constable with a wicked, mocking grin. See, the constable had to bag every single gremlin, or else those monsters would walk away with all the plundered gear and gold. The gremlin felt pretty good about hiding in the city's alleyways, but then he ran straight into a massive, torch-bearing beast of a man. One confused gremlin was snatched up by the city watch, while a second found himself pinned under a heavy, armored boot. They couldn't understand how the soldiers found them so fast, but it was all thanks to Arthur's incredible tactical foresight. Everything clicked, the city guards, Arthur's genius, and Lord Alistair's ancient tome, allowing them to smash through missions on their own. After every victory, they used Lady Clara's special authority to fortify the kingdom, even planting enchanted iron wheat fields to boost resilience. They also hunted down artifacts that let them bend the very laws of the realm to track down the rogue lords. Their goal, make their own champion unstoppable. As for the cooperative missions, well, the Knights of Arcania were in for a shock. They watched in utter disbelief as their own champion was slaughtered and cast down right before their eyes. The Silent Citadel was ruthlessly taking out rival lords during these joint missions, just to seize and merge their territories together. Arthur even convinced the guards to train like demons between battles, causing the citadel to evolve at a terrifying pace. Eventually, the soldiers became so elite they didn't even need Arthur's orders to clear the missions anymore. But peace never lasts. The Silent Citadel landed on a war square, dragging 4 random kingdoms into a brutal free-for-all. The lieutenant was sweating bullets. This was a mission designed for one thing only: pure, unadulterated extermination. Sir Cedric wondered if it would be a clash of armies or a duel of kings, but the others didn't care. Someone had to die. Lady Alara dreaded the bloodshed, yet our young hero actually seemed to be looking forward to the coming carnage. Honestly, a total war scenario like this was exactly where Arthur thrived, even if he didn't say a single word. Lord Alistair pointed out that even Arthur couldn't solo 3 lords at once, suggesting they pick them off one by one. Arthur just raised an eyebrow, realizing he was basically being told to sit back and watch the show. Lord Alistair found it funny, but Arthur reminded him their pact was new, then decided to go ahead and wipe out the enemy fodder first. But wait, suddenly all 3 rival kingdoms charged at the Silent Citadel at the exact same time. It was a total betrayal. The 3 lords had joined forces against him, forcing Arthur to throw up a bastion of granite. A massive, jagged stone wall erupted from the heart of the earth, completely stunning the incoming enemy legions. Arthur knew he couldn't play defense forever, though. He had to eliminate the 3 rival lords, and he had to do it fast. Alistair loved that answer and handed over another piece of the key, allowing Arthur to force a one-on-one duel. The Lord of Avarice granted this wild wish, and immediately the 3 rivals played their strongest cards to crush Arthur. Arthur danced around them like a ghost, drawing first blood, and declaring that the first strike always decided the victor. It was a race against time. He needed to drop one of them instantly, but then, poof, the rival vanished right from under him. It turns out they weren't just teaming up. They used a shrink card to trade their health for insane speed and agility. One of them lunged at the poor kid with terrifying speed, catching Arthur completely off guard. He struggled to hold back the miniature monster before being slammed brutally into the cobblestones. The attacker zipped away, leaving a bruised Arthur staring in shock as a second lord came charging in like a bullet. Meanwhile, a third entity was lurking in the shadows, carefully planning its next move. Suddenly, boom, a massive energy blast ripped through the air, and through the smoke a blinding light appeared. It was the first rival lord getting slashed across the chest. Arthur's savior had arrived, and even Sir Jackson was shocked his blade worked. Arthur noted that Jackson's current gear was now on par with a player's legendary cards, including his overlord skills. But the Duke of Greed warned that even a master sellsword couldn't stand against the might of a fallen lord for long. That's when all three monsters lunged at once. Lady Clara realized it was time for Jackson to inhabit his strongest vessel. This was getting interesting. Even the Lord of Avarice was curious to see Arthur's next move. The stone defenses began to crumble as everyone braced for impact, the Gilded Lord's wall finally falling apart. Arthur noticed a soldier nearby shaking like a leaf. The lieutenant wouldn't blame him for running. After all, they were about to fight monsters. If the Lord chose to hold his ground, he wasn't going to abandon his men. Then it happened. The Great Wall finally shattered. Total chaos. 3 massive armies flooded through the breach, hell-bent on wiping the city of Havenfold off the map forever. Inside the smoke, just one man, 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 the Viper, standing alone in their path. He was ready to draw first blood. The vanguard stopped dead. Complete confusion. Those in the back watched in horror as their own elite soldiers turned and ran. 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 unleashed his nightmare. Pure venom. It melted men into piles of bone as he harvested every drop of their essence. The lucky ones, they were screaming in immense agony or begging for a quick end to the torture. It was brutal. His soul relic pulsed with malice. He wouldn't kill the survivors. Leaving them to suffer gained him even more corrupt karma shards. The threshold was met. His dark evolution began. Elsewhere, Sir Arthur was locked in a deadly duel against 3 powerful enemy knights. These guys were strong. But hey, a worthy enemy teaches you more in a minute than years of training ever could. Time to get serious. Lord Alaric decided right then to stop holding back and unleash everything he had in this fight. Thunder roared as a massive bolt of lightning gathered in the sky. One knight raised an elemental shield, perfect for magic. That was his mistake. Magic shields don't stop cold steel, and the defense crumbled under Alaric's raw physical power and momentum. Alaric had them cornered, but the third knight played a desperate trump card, a defensive spell to protect his brothers-in-arms. Baron Malachi watched the explosion rip through the air. To him, it looked like Havenfold was finally finished. 3 against 1, impossible. But Alaric looked calm, almost like he was waiting for something. Malachi narrowed his eyes. What was this guy actually planning? Suddenly, a man in strange, exotic foreign silks stepped through the breach. Master Percival couldn't believe his eyes at the sight. This newcomer, Julian, claimed to be from the distant southern isles. Percival stared. That outfit was definitely not made for a battlefield. Julian laughed, saying his lord liked the look. Then he told them to surrender since their own king didn't care about Havenfold. Percival was livid. He spat a curse, swearing to give these invaders a death so slow they'd beg for mercy. Then whoosh, 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 appeared right behind Julian like a ghost. The Viper loved a good show, and the show was starting. He buried his venom-dripping claws deep into Julian's back. Blood splattered everywhere, and 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆, he actually looked like he enjoyed the taste. The slaughter began. 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 tore through the invading army like a wolf in a sheep pen. Total, unadulterated carnage for everyone. But there was a problem. His toxic gas was choking the people of Havenfold too. The twisted brat didn't give a damn. Lady Alara, the Phoenix Knight, had to step in. She reminded the monster they were supposed to be on the same side. 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 didn't listen. He swiped away her flaming strike like it was nothing. Then, he let out a bone-chilling, inhuman scream. The malice was complete. 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 transformed into the corrupt worm. Seeing the horror, Malachi told Percival to evacuate the civilians immediately. Things were already critical, but 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 was making everything 10 times worse. The kid was a complete loose cannon, as usual. The stone fortifications that held off 3 armies. 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 tore right through them like they were made of thin, wet parchment. The beast turned its hunger toward Alara. Meanwhile, Duke Valerius and Count Thorn laughed, thinking Havenfold was destroying its own walls. Duke Valerius decided to end it. He summoned his own legendary drake, a massive beast meant to crush everything in its path. It was a clash of titans, 2 massive reptiles squaring off in a battle that shook the foundations of the earth. Valerius was gloating, sure his drake would win. Then, thud, the severed head of his monster landed right at his feet. Silence, pure shock. Alaric had moved like a blur of steel, decapitating the green reptile before it could even strike back. He'd been playing the long game, waiting for 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 to reach his final, corrupted form before finally stepping in to finish it. He told Alara to stay back. She was terrified. He was covered in blood and wounds, but Alaric didn't even flinch once. The worm tried to ambush him from behind. Big mistake. Alaric slammed a fist into its skull, pinning the monster down. Alaric looked at the beast with a cold, terrifying smile. It was finally time to take care of this young villain. Malachi urged him to finish it fast. Their distraction at the front gate wasn't going to hold the enemy players forever. One of the enemy lords shattered Alaric's illusions. Malachi didn't blink. He launched 3 enchanted javelins to pin his adversaries down. But something was wrong. Their strongest unit wasn't responding to its master anymore. The chain of command was completely broken. The invading dukes were frozen in disbelief. Alaric was absolutely pulverizing the corrupt worm with a barrage of earth-shattering strikes. He beat the monster into a pulp. Honestly, he was just relieved the kid turned into a serpent and not a dragon. The invaders were shaking. Alaric explained the soul relic. It transforms you based on your heart, either a demon or a saint. He'd actually been worried 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 might have a change of heart and become a holy dragon. That would have been very annoying. But luckily, 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒈 was a monster through and through. In the game and in this reality, he was pure, diabolic evil. Fear, pure, unadulterated terror. The beast had finally reached its breaking point, and that was exactly what Alaric needed to bind it as his second sentinel. Just like that, the soul of the young warrior known as Thorn was pulled into the grimoire, becoming the master's most dangerous familiar yet. The invaders, absolutely speechless. Alaric turned to them with a look of pure madness, asking, quite calmly, if they actually wanted to keep fighting him. They were shaking in their boots. Meanwhile, Sir Cedric was hitting his limit against the broken blade, and honestly, he was completely exhausted. The High Sentinel noted his master was running late, right as the Red Knight bombarded him with a wave of devastating strikes. But then Alaric stepped in. "Sorry for the wait," he said, casually explaining that recruiting a new Dread Knight took a bit longer than he'd planned. See, in this world, high-tier players don't just use standard builds. They create insane, custom setups tailored to their own specific styles. And Alaric, he went for the craziest one. Suddenly, his own serpent bit him right in the neck hard. Talk about a high-stakes move. He was trading his own life for raw, unbridled power as the venom of the second sentinel flooded his veins. It was a high-risk, high-reward play. Alaric let his new familiar possess him, instantly triggering a terrifying passive skill known as the Avatar of Self-Destruction. He was literally poisoning himself. His health was ticking down every single second, but the trade-off was worth it. His stats were skyrocketing. He wasn't just fighting the knight known as Kale anymore. He was absolutely butchering him. Lord Malachar watched the battlefield with a twisted smile, as the Greed Lord claimed a brand new piece for his collection. The serpent's venom was wrecking Alaric's body, sure, but it turned him into a god on the battlefield. The effects were getting worse by the minute. For Alaric, this wasn't just a tactic, it was the biggest gamble of his entire life. He struck the second player from behind. a blow so powerful the creature's scream echoed across the entire kingdom. His blade tore through that indestructible exoskeleton, and then he used his newfound powers to manifest a spike of pure, lethal poison. It was a toxic mixture unlike anything seen before, but suddenly, 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 was shoved back by the third player's massive barrier. The goblin swordmaster froze in shock. The serpent's corrupt venom wasn't just hurting the player, it was completely immobilizing them. It didn't just freeze the creature, it stripped away its strength. 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 shouted for Cedric to look up, revealing a new weapon. A heroic class blade. Just like that, the master swordsman was back in the game, even as the venom's hold on the Red Knight started to slip. Cedric was stunned to find a tiny goblin perched on his shoulder, but he could feel something changing deep inside. Power, raw power. The poison goblin's presence doubled Cedric's stats just as the Red Knight began to regain control of his body. Cedric didn't give him the chance. He used the new blade to end it instantly, a close call for sure, but then the goblin started coughing blood. That toxic cocktail was too much. The green warrior collapsed into unconsciousness, leaving 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 alone to face the third and final player. The final boss. This hideous thing was hiding behind multiple shields, powering up a barrier that constantly repaired itself. It was a nightmare. Unless 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 could shatter the shields and the barrier at the exact same time, he was never getting through. To make things worse, the serpent's passive was blocking his spells, draining his life and making him more vulnerable with every passing second. But 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 didn't care. He needed more power. From the shadows, the Greed Lord watched every move with a sharp, calculating gaze. 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 realized something. Despite always having a safe plan, the young man didn't hesitate to throw his life on the line. Was it guilt, or just his nature? 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 couldn't help but be curious about what truly drove 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 to such extremes. He wanted the boy to use his mind to the fullest, so seeing him limit his own potential was disappointing, to say the least. 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒆 was drowning in negative status effects now. But here's the kicker. Every single setback only granted him more strength. The last remaining player charged headfirst. The impact was like a mountain collapsing, a shockwave that rattled the very air. 𝑼𝒔𝒄𝒆's stats were dropping from the corruption, but he didn't blink. It was a small price to pay for the avatar's full power. The monster finally felt its true fear. It tried to run, but 𝑼𝒔𝒄𝒆 just looked at him and said, "Stay still." He was on the edge. One clean strike tore through the barrier, the shields, and the creature itself, slicing it clean in half. Game over. The citizens of the fallen city were teleported to safety, leaving 𝑫𝒊𝒄𝒆 as the master of 3 major realms. The realms of Ashford, Ironwood, and Silverkeep were now his. The players were dead, and the serpent's toxic grip finally left 𝑼𝒔𝒄𝒆's body. Cedric rushed over to check on him, and 𝑼𝒔𝒄𝒆 just managed a weak smile, promising he'd be feeling better soon. As a token of apology for almost getting him killed, 𝑼𝒔𝒄𝒆 handed over the heroic blade. Cedric? Yeah, he gladly accepted. He noticed the spirit of the new sentinel, a nasty piece of work, but 𝑼𝒔𝒄𝒆 knew they'd need that darkness for what was coming. But there was another reason for binding that serpent. You see, the corrupted beast was a failed dragon, incapable of holding the wishing orb. That meant the epic item was about to find a brand new owner, someone who could actually wield its true power. And that man happened to be none other than the vengeful Julian. Even the Greed Lord looked a little confused by that one. Julian kept that same stone-cold look on his face, but even he knew something was off. The mission, it was still active. Suddenly, a notification pings. A new piece just entered the board. And who is it? The elite guard from the Silent Spire of Avalon. Julian couldn't believe his eyes. The Lord of Avarice never expected this reunion to happen so soon. Not like this. He was standing right there. Sebastian, the man Julian loathes but secretly respects, the rival who reached the end of the game by his side. The new Lord was dying for Julian to crush his old enemy. But then he saw it. The Lord of Avarice was actually sweating. Julian wanted to end this fast. But wait, the dual option. Grayed out, completely locked. It was the Holy Ward card. Total immunity. One-on-one fights between lords are strictly forbidden under its light. Then came the grand nullification. Just like that, the Lord of Avarice's powers were shut down completely. The speed of that card combo, absolutely insane. Turns out those 3 weaklings he beat earlier were just bait to reveal his tactics. Now Julian and Arthur are in deep trouble. Their hands are tied, and they're forced to risk their lives in a real, bloody fight. Julian stands face to face with the rival Lord of Avalon, who's currently bound. But Sebastian just smirks. The golden hand was always the cautious one. He used those cards to make sure Julian's old stronghold was erased for good. It was happening too fast. His preparations weren't even finished. But Julian's eyes, they were burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. Julian might have to take care of Sebastian himself. Meanwhile, Arthur and Julian are sprinting to take down the Archduke. System overrides are usually for the elite, but Julian doesn't care about the rules anymore. He feels strong enough to crush the Avalon army without any help. He demands a unit list from the ancient lexicon. He looks for the mightiest enemy unit first, and when he sees the name, Julian's heart nearly stops. Down on the ground, Captain Garrick and his men are moving like ghosts. Total silence. Then, bam, a rain of arrows. Garrick barely gets his shield up in time to deflect the strike. The enemy is reading them like an open book. Right in the heart of Valerius, a massive vortex starts spinning. Out comes the legendary blade, the king's divinity, a weapon so holy it literally founded nations. Its power is terrifying. It can shut down the abilities of lesser gods just by being drawn. Silas lunges to grab the sword, but his hand passes through thin air. It's gone. The blade was already in someone else's hand. While Silas is pinned, he realizes the truth. These units share their equipment. Sir Cedric is panicking. He watches his partner get slammed into the dirt like a ragdoll. Precise, ruthless, Silas realizes these enemies aren't just a team, they share one single mind. Now the 2 knights are back to back, surrounded. The elite guards of the Silent Spire have them trapped. Cedric is furious seeing his friend hurt. Silas shouts to fall back, but they're completely outnumbered. The enemy levels their steel. Cedric and Silas tighten their grip, preparing for a long, brutal night. But then, a wall of green poison erupts, a barrier between them and certain death. The venomous serpent spell, but that's a forbidden art. A path opens in the clouds of green. It's Alistair, the new owner of the Star Pearl. He's shaking, barely holding the spell. "Go, now!" he screams. The knights are stunned. A total stranger, wielding one of the most powerful relics in existence. The sun dips below the horizon. Lady Alara, the Crimson Valkyrie, is fighting for her life to save her home. But one swing from a blue-eyed knight sends her reeling. She's confused. Her spears can't touch him, but his blade hits every time. He's reading her every move. It's like the Archduke's will is literally forcing her to fail. But Alara isn't done. She downs an elixir, refreshing her health to the absolute maximum. Conditions met. She finally unleashes the hidden power of the dragon's fang. Boom, a massive explosion levels everything, but as the smoke clears, the knight is still standing. To her shock, the kingdom's ultimate unit has arrived. Alara starts asking questions, but he shuts her down. "Get back to the fortress, that's an order." She tries to stay, but Julian doesn't budge. He says he'll stay as backup. Alara retreats, but she's worried Julian seems off. She rushes back to the Valerius stronghold. Her friends look shaken, and the Lord himself looks tense. Alara feels like she's just in the way, but she tries to shake it off. It's probably just her imagination. Back on the battlefield, the blue-eyed knight smiles. It's been a long time since he saw Julian look this desperate. They were brothers, flesh and blood. Arthur looked at him with a genuine smile, just relieved to see his kin standing there in good health. Sir Alistair sighed, admitting a clash wasn't necessary. But then, his eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Arthur to catch on to his secret so quickly. He was stunned his brother knew the plan to return to their ancestral kingdom. Honestly, that was such a classic Arthur move, always one step ahead. But the blue-eyed knight wasn't worried. He knew Arthur would fail because to succeed, Arthur had to win, and he'd never beaten Alistair, not once. Suddenly, danger. Cedric sensed the killing intent and shoved his master aside just in time. Talk about a heart-stopping moment. To Arthur's horror, his spectral sentinels began to vanish into thin air. Then, with a cold, blank expression, his own brother lunged at him. It happened in a flash. Our hero looked down, stunned, finding himself impaled by the very blade of his own kin. Absolutely brutal. Alistair whispered his twisted promise. Arthur needed to stay dead for a while. He claimed that when he finally woke up, he'd finally be happy. Blood soaked Arthur's tunic, but he wasn't done yet. He vanished, reappearing behind Alistair for a surprise strike, but the knight didn't even blink. He dodged the punch effortlessly, driving his blade straight into Arthur's ribs. The pain was agonizing, forcing the young man to unleash his lightning magic. A massive bolt of electricity erupted, striking the Lord Mayor of Silverport and charring the body instantly. It was a devastating, total burn attack. But wait, it was a trick. That wasn't Alistair, but an ally he'd teleported in as a human shield. The knight was playing dirty. Arthur then stepped right into a glowing magic circle, an explosive trap. But Alistair just waved a hand, neutralizing the magic with a casual dispel. It was like he was reading Arthur's mind, seeing every move before it happened. He looked at his brother, his voice chillingly calm. "It's been a long time," he murmured. "A long time since we last played together like this, hasn't it?